Okay, good evening and welcome to Fate City Hall, our City Council meeting with a special joint session with our very own Planning and Zoning Commission. So thank you guys for being here. Super excited to have you this evening. We'll go ahead and get started. Madam Secretary, do we have a quorum present?
Yes, Mayor, we do.
All right, perfect. What's our next item on the agenda?
Next is invocation given by Daniel Ledford with Calvary Baptist Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the American and Texas flags.
Let's pray together. Father, we thank you so much for a wonderful community to live in and be a part of. We thank you for this city council that comes to meet and tries to make the best decisions for our community. We thank you for the zoning committee being here. Lord, as we begin the school year, we pray for the young people that are going to school this year. Pray for safety for them. We pray for their teachers, Lord, that they would do their best. And Father, we pray that this year that Lord, there'd be no violence in our schools, and our young people would be able to go to school in safety, and Lord, you'd protect them. Help us as adults to act like adults and live like adults in a way you'd be pleased. We thank you for council members that love our people, love our children, and love our nation. We pray your blessings on them. And Lord, in everything that's done tonight would be said and done in a way that would be pleasing to you. All this we ask and thank you for. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Amen.
Okay, Miss Vicki, next agenda item, please.
Agenda item 3A, Fate Cowboys Youth Football Organization Proclamation.
All right, here we go. Whereas the Fate Cowboys Youth Football Organization proudly serves as the hometown youth football program, providing opportunities for young athletes to develop athletic ability while learning the values of teamwork, discipline, sportsmanship, and leadership. And whereas through the dedication of its coaches, volunteers, parents, and supporters, the Fate Cowboys foster an environment that encourages personal growth, accountability, community involvement, and respect both on and off the field. And whereas the organization plays an important role bringing families together, promoting community pride, and investing in the development of future leaders, and whereas the City of Fate recognizes and appreciates the positive contributions of the Fate Cowboys Youth Football Organization and its commitment to enriching the lives of the youth and families of our community. Now, therefore, I, Andrew Greenberg, Mayor of the City of Fate, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the City of Fate's recognition and appreciation of the Fate Cowboys Youth Football Organization in the City of Fate, Texas, and encourage all residents to join in celebrating the organization's dedication to serving the youth of our community and inspiring future generations through athletics, leadership, and service. Thank you, guys. Come on down. get to do. Okay, Ms. Vicky, next agenda item, please.
Next will be Agenda Item 3B, Badge Pinning Ceremony for recently promoted Fire Chief John Taylor, and Mr. Kovacs will say a few words before the ceremony begins.
All right, so tonight we have the honor of recognizing, celebrating a significant milestone for our fire department as we formally recognize Fire Chief John Taylor with a badge pinning ceremony. The badge of Fire Chief represents more than the title. It represents leadership, service, commitment, and the responsibility of protecting the community and supporting the men and women who serve alongside him. It is a symbol of the trust placed in Chief Taylor and the dedication he brings to the important role. Chief Taylor, we appreciate your willingness to serve the City of Fate and your commitment to our residents, our firefighters, and continued excellence of our fire department. We look forward to the leadership, experience, and vision you continue to bring to our organization. And at this time, I'd like to invite Fire Chief Taylor and his wife, Kelly, to come forward for the badge pinning ceremony. Kelly will have the honor of pinning Chief Taylor's badge, marking this special moment as he officially wears the badge of Fire Chief for the City of Fate.
Okay, next agenda item, please.
Next is 3C, Presentation of Employee Service Award to Billy Walker, and this will be presented by Steve Gilbert.
All right, so I have the pleasure of awarding this to Billy. He's been with us 5 years. Billy came to us as a Tech 1. We stole him from another city. So with the experience, he was actually the 4th employee of our department. So as we built the facilities department, he was number 4 of 7 now. But he's also the example of an exemplary employee. He started as a technician 1, advanced to a technician 2, and now he is advanced to the crew leader for the department. So he has done well. He's exceeded. He's the guy that if I need something, I know I can call Billy and it gets done. So just proud to have him here and continue his tenure as we continue to grow with the City of Fate. So, John.
Okay, next agenda item, please.
Next will be Agenda Item 4, Public Comment, and I've received a few requests to be heard during this portion of the meeting. Several will be heard during Agenda Item 7C and D when public hearings are called to order. But for now, for general comment, here is the first name, Mark Harper, 401 Atlee Drive.
Welcome, Mr. Harper.
Thank you. Mark Harper, 401 Atlee Drive. I come here tonight as a citizen to voice my concern about a strange obsession that Councilman Hatley seems to have about my family. Councilman Hatley continues to take pictures of my home, and if you look down here at the bottom of this is my family's homes, pictures of me, pictures of Harper Valley, just really weird and strange stuff. So this lunatic continues to stalk me over and over again with pictures of my house. He has no reason to be down on my end of the neighborhood. There's no out way down there. The only reason he comes down is to stalk me. This was included in a complaint, 106 pages complaint that he filed against me. So again, as you can see, it's pretty obsessive and it's pretty concerning. So I just want to make sure that people are aware of that. So in the future, there will be, it won't be tolerated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harper.
Next will be Karen Kaiser, address 1093 North Churchill Drive.
Welcome, Ms. Kaiser.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Council. I timed this and wrote it, and it's 3 minutes on the dot. So if I go a second over, I hope you'll show me a little grace. So excited to see Chief Taylor finally be official, the chief. Such a deserving leader, and fire and police separate as we intended for a couple years. They've done very well under the interim leadership, and now I know they'll do even better with the permanent. But I came here tonight to speak about the Lombard settlement, the last item on your agenda that you'll discuss in closed session before adjournment. I read the demand letter on Michael Pipkin's website, shoot me, our news source of all pertinent information, and I didn't make a copy of it, but I kind of remember it said something in the realm of $400,000, $500,000 if you throw in legal fees. And I remember something about Vicky Lombard's First Amendment rights being violated, and I thought, how is that? For some very rich irony, I've never known her to be quiet, whether on social media or more insidiously calling staff, calling council, demanding that her will be done, demanding that this one's fired, that one is rebuked, and for God's sakes, never appoint Karen Kaiser to anything. It's absurd. The 2 years leading up to splitting Fate, Fire, and Police were not great when it came to leadership. Lombard's termination was not wrongful, and the DPS model really no longer fit Fate. So when you deliberate tonight, Mayor, Council, and I prefer to focus on the beautiful path we're on. We have a magnificent credentialed fire chief and police chief. We're separate and we're soaring. But when you make that deliberation to hand over Fate's money tonight, I'd like to make sure you know a few things. Number one, I think you, Mayor, and Councilmember Manival and Hatley should recuse yourselves because you are so huggy, cozy, hang out together all the time. With the Lombards, I don't know that you can be clear-minded. Hatley has acted as if he's second chair for their council if there was a litigation, and I don't think he went to college, let alone law school, but you named litigation strategy on an open mic in your public hearing. So you know a lot of what's going on. You are not neutral. So I'd request that as a citizen. Could we have impartial people make the decision to give our money away? Two, I think you should know that this is not their first rodeo. The Lombards have sued the city that employed them before. There's a pattern of litigious behavior. Ask Watauga. Third, the most important thing is please just firmly close the Lombard chapter for the good of Fate. And more importantly, most importantly, for the good of the officers of Fate Fire and Fate Police. They now have their First Amendment rights back with respectful, decent leadership. And it's because of them that Fate is a safe and wonderful place to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kaiser.
Next, we have Matt Dearborn, address 135 Stevenson Drive.
Welcome, Mr. Dearborn.
Good evening, Matt Dearborn, 135 Stevenson Drive. Before I begin, first of all, I just want to thank all of the council members for your service. I know it is not easy being in the public eye and public criticism. As a resident of Fate, we appreciate your service. I came here to talk about something that I have noticed over the last few years, but I had my comments written down, but I think it's probably more appropriate that I just kind of speak from the heart. In 2016, my family and I moved to Texas from Michigan, and we chose to live in Fate, and we looked all over DFW. We looked in Prosper, we looked in Salina, Frisco, McKinney, and we chose Rockwall County because of the quality of the schools. And then we chose Fate, in particular Wood Creek, because of the condition of the neighborhood, the quality of the schools, and we were able to build a new home, and it was an exciting time for us. There wasn't a lot in Fate in 2016, if everybody can remember. It was basically subdivisions and a gas station. But we had full confidence that as I-30 corridor got built up, growth would inevitably follow. I have recently seen some concerning things in the conditions of our neighborhood that I would like for the city council to take seriously. When we moved here, neighborhoods were clean, they were kept up, yards were mowed, flower beds were taken care of, houses were taken care of. Over the recent years, I have seen more and more and more homes fall into disrepair, and they're eyesores. And unfortunately, as I look to see what kind of homes they are owned by institutional investors. And this is a problem that is plaguing not only the city of Fate, but cities across the country. And we have got to do something about it, because here's what happens. I know in our Fate Forward comprehensive plan, the value to acre ratio is very important to us deciding whether or not a development goes through. However, you only need to look to Wood Creek, where we've allowed smaller and smaller plot sizes to be built on by developers, and see what the net effect is. You only have to look at it. When we moved here from Michigan, there were 2 elementary schools in Wood Creek, Miss May Vernon and Billy Stevenson. All of the small lot sizes really have been built on the Royce City side. When we moved here, Miss May Vernon was a 10 out of 10 ranking on Great Schools and School Digger. And as somebody who's moving to a city with a family, the number one thing you're looking at is the quality of schools. And when I brought this up a couple years ago, as we were talking about some other developments, formal council people said, oh, well, there is no such study out there that shows saturation of rental properties affects school ratings. Well, we only need to look to the city of Fate and see what has happened to our city. The school rating for the elementary school, Miss May Vernon, has dropped 30% since 2016. The highest percentage of institutional investors are within that area. And here's where it really affects us. The number and concentration of rental properties in a community has an adverse effect on the property values of its residents. I know in the Fate Forward plan, everyone talks about small bets, incremental bets, not getting over your skis. But as a homeowner, the single largest bet you're ever going to make is your home. That is where you're putting the majority of your wealth, the majority of your life, and an expectation that at some point that house will be paid off, and should you need to move, you have enough equity to be mobile.
Mr. Dearborn, I am going to have to cut you off there. We are a minute and a half over.
Oh,
but,
that was quick.
But yeah, 3 minutes goes quick. It either goes by quick or very slow,
Okay.
depending on if you
I'll
like
tell
sending.
what, real quick, last time I brought this up, I was asked to provide evidence that that's actually the case. So this time I did. Fortunately, I only brought 1 copy. But if I can hand it off to you, Mayor, and you distribute it to the council members.
If you'll hand it to Ms. Rudical over there, then that way she can give it to us.
No, she said I had to
Oh,
hand it to you.
Oh, you said hand.
He asked me to make copies, and I
Oh,
said,
okay.
I don't make copies, but we could give it to you. and
Sure,
just-
absolutely.
Yeah, as the official copy.
We'll get it to everybody.
Next time use a slower clock.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, and next we have Mike Laborde, address 209 Vernon Drive.
Welcome, Mr. Laborde.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't take 3 minutes. I probably won't even take a minute. Looking at the agenda tonight, and I was kind of startled by some of the things that are on it. We've got 2 car lots, not just 1, but 2 car lots, I think 5 spaces each. We've got townhomes. This is not what Fate citizens want. This is what we've been saying for years we don't want. So I hope everybody remembers that when you go tonight to vote on car lots and townhomes, because we don't want them, we don't need them, they're sleazy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Laborde.
And the rest of the speakers have all elected to speak on either the public hearing of 7C or 7D. So that's all I have at this point of the meeting.
Okay, thank you. So what is our next agenda item, please?
Next is Agenda Item 5, which is a joint session between the City Council and Planning and Zoning Commission leadership presentation. And just a little housekeeping rule for the Planning and Zoning Commission members, these wireless microphones, if you want to ask a question or make a comment, unfortunately, you'll have to pass those amongst one another because they don't pick up as well as these do. So just letting you know that. And then, so first for this session will be 5A, which is Planning and Zoning Commission call to order and confirm a quorum. And so our chairman will call the meeting to order.
See a light now. Can you hear me? Thank you. Okay. It is Monday, August 3rd, I believe. I'd love to call this joint session to order for the Planning and Zoning Commission for the City of Fate. Madam Chair, or Madam Secretary, do we have a quorum?
Yes, Chairman, we do.
Thank you very much.
And so we'll move now to Agenda Item 5B, which is the joint session between the City Council and the Planning and Zoning Commission, which is a leadership presentation that Mr. Wells will run.
All right, thank you very much. Mayor, members of council, members of the Planning and Zoning Commission, thank you for making yourselves available tonight for this joint leadership update. We have now formally commenced the comprehensive plan update, the 5-year comprehensive plan update, and as part of our project scope, we have a couple of check-ins with city leadership just to give you an update on what we've done so far, some of the findings and discoveries that we've made, just to make sure that you are kept apprised as the project progresses. And so without further ado, I'm just going to go ahead and introduce Ken Boone with Olson. He's part of our consultant team that we have hired to assist us with this process. And he and the Olson team will be providing the presentation. I do encourage you, while this is not a full workshop tonight, I do encourage you to ask questions at the appropriate times during the presentation so that we can have a dialogue as we update you on the progress of this project. Thank you.
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you very much. Excited to be here, members of the council and the Planning Commission. Thank you for being here for our first update. We're very excited. We've been working on a lot of things, and so what we want to do tonight is just go over where we're at and talk about what's coming up. And there's some exciting things going to happen and interacting with the community, workshops, those sorts of things. First of all, I want to introduce our team. My name is Ken Boone with Olson. I also have here our project manager, Michelle Queen, and Michelle and I are going to tag team and go through the presentation this evening. So to let you know what we're doing, this is an update, so it is not a full comprehensive plan. Your current comprehensive plan, there's a lot of things that have been done in there, a lot of really great work that continues to propel you forward. But there are some things that need to be updated. And there's also, when you accomplish these things in your existing comprehensive plan, what are the next steps? What fills in and guides us as we move to the future? And so it's time, 5 years later, to figure out what those next steps are. So we're going to respect the work that was done before. We're going to look at the things that now that you've lived with it for 5 years, you say those fit. We need to relook at this. Our community is changing, just like the rest of the world is changing. We want to make sure that our values and the vision aligns as we move forward through the process. And so what is the purpose of the update? Well, establish that shared vision for your next chapter. Plan for growth and development, right? That planning for, don't just be reactive to what's happening, and make sure that it's to the benefit of the community, that it's focused on those community goals and values. Address current challenges that you have been able to identify in the last 5 years, and then make sure we understand what those new opportunities are. Support, the one thing we've heard clearly is the idea of how important high quality of life is for your residents and your community, and to make sure that remains a focus. Providing a framework for decision making, and so your comprehensive plan should be a backstop It should help guide decision-making, not when it's easy, but when it's hard. And when you have choices to make. It is a living document, right? So it is not static. And you need to consider how things are changing, and you need to do updates on a regular basis, most of which you could probably do internally. But you need to make sure you have that framework that's solid, that reflects your values, and you move forward. And then finally, we want to make sure that community engagement, community input is in the plan, and that helps us create implementable strategies. We don't want a plan that sits on a shelf. I don't think anybody is looking for something like that, right? So we want to make sure that that vision, that idea helps move you forward. So you all have a role, and I see several faces here that were at our initial visioning session, and that's terrific. Thank you so much for attending that and giving us that feedback. We'll talk about that here in just a second. But we really want to understand as leadership, what are the things that you're seeing? What are your issues? What do you see as opportunities? We're going to do a lot with the community, but we also want to make sure that we understand from your standpoint, from your leadership standpoint, that we understand what those are. You'd be offering us feedback along the way. We are open. We are available. We want to hear what you have to say, and then serve as that voice for the broader community, because we can't have every conversation with every one of your community members. And this has really been, this is how we approach comprehensive planning. The idea that at some point we're going to be done and we're going to say, it's yours. So this is not our plan, this is your plan. And so the important thing as we move through the plan, that your voice is here, your values are here, and the steps that you want to take to propel yourselves into the future are a part of the plan. So as we look at how the project is moving forward, we're just kind of getting to the end of the discover phase, and the discover phase is really about understanding existing conditions, gathering data, mapping that data, doing all those things to prepare us for some major engagement events that we're going to conduct, and then development of the plan itself. And you'll notice that the engage phase started at the very beginning of the project, and it goes all the way to the end. So we don't just do one thing, we do multiple things all along to make sure that we listen. We're going to listen to what you say. We hope we're going to understand what you say. We're going to put it back to you to say, is this the right way? Is this the right direction? Get that feedback and just sort of continue that feedback loop until we get to the end and it's the right plan for you. As we get through the plan, and we talked, that's the refinement phase, and then finally we'll get into adoption after that. So with that, I'll turn it over to Michelle.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you, everyone. I'm just going to review some of the engagement highlights. As Ken said, we kicked off with a really big visioning workshop last month where we had our CPAC, that's the Comprehensive Plan Advisory Committee, as well as the working group in attendance there. And so we were able to put them through a series of input exercises. We wanted to know what would make this plan successful, what are some obstacles and barriers and challenges. I will plug the survey later so that everyone has the opportunity to engage with those same activities. But this gave us kind of the first head start into kind of researching and our existing conditions and really triangulating where we were going to go, as Ken said, with the open house. So from the visioning workshop, some of the key themes I'm sure will not be surprising to you, but growth and infrastructure alignment is a top priority for the FATE community. The participants consistently emphasize that growth is happening, but infrastructure has been lagging behind. Even though we've made quite a bit of progress and we are making progress, there's plans for future, we just want to make sure that that's still at the top priority. Moving into downtown being a key focus area, it's not operating at its full potential. We heard a lot about downtown, and that was a big scope item for this project. So we'll continue focusing on that and moving that idea forward. Maintaining FATE's character and identity is essential. That goes hand in hand with the next theme, which was FATE needs a clear and more defined identity. I think a lot of people felt that there was a lot of identity, but we want to get it on paper. What does that look like? What does that mean? How are we defining that? What does that feel like to the community out on the streets, on the sidewalks, in our destinations? So a couple more. Development should be balanced and intentional. There were some concerns about the type and amount of residential development. How is it being defined? Where is it going on the map? So I think we'll drill into some detailed questions to really identify what does that look like? How are we separating these definitions, and how can we better apply the place types for this future land use map? Community-wide connectivity, that was a key component coming from the Parks and Trails Master Plan and the Sidewalks and Trails Master Plan. All of those together, connectivity is a key component for this. And then lastly, amenities and destination are needed to support a high quality of life for all. And so focusing on what's left, what is left to build and develop, and providing a full spectrum of amenities and services for the community. So identifying what those are and what the community wants to see in those special areas. So at the visioning workshop, part of that, going from the visioning, just what do you want to see, we also were trying to get a confirmation of the existing value statements. There are 7 value statements in the 2021 plan. These are kind of the abbreviated descriptions, the keyword descriptions, if you will. So I encourage you to go online, take the survey where you can review the 7 descriptions and 7 value statements in their full detail. The exercises look a little bit like this. Just to show you what some of the results were, we kind of wanted to get an idea of how people felt the values were demonstrated. How do you feel that the city is doing as far as maintaining downtown or promoting places to play? And those have a lot of green dots. So a lot of the community members felt that those were strongly represented values in the community. The yellow ones that look like they need a little bit of work or a little bit more improvement are distinctive identity. And you'll see in the next slide kind of some recommendations for how these things should be changed or thought about going forward. The second board, we wanted to drill in a little bit deeper, not just how do you feel, what are perceptions, but we wanted to get at some answers about what words bother you, where should we change this, what needs more clarity. And so a lot of these are still relevant. Everything has a green dot next to it, so it's still relevant. And only 1 or 2 really needed some wordsmithing. So that's what we're working on right now. And as I mentioned, these exercises, as well as the strengths, barriers, opportunities, are all online for you right now in a virtual format. So you can leave your own comments to add to the conversation, and we will be taking all of that into consideration going into the open house. That closes on August 12th. Sorry, let me skip right here. August 12th. If you want to scan the QR code, get it loaded up on your phone, that's fine. This will also be in the follow-up item for this meeting. But all of those questions are online, August 12th, and then hopefully at the open house, we'll have some refined value statements, maybe some additional new values for you guys to review and let us know if we're on the right track. With that being said, our upcoming events, Ryan and team, as well as the Olson team, are going to be at the Polynesian Party on the Plaza this weekend, so please come say hi. But they've also stacked a lot of events to really promote this and share with the community what we're doing and why it's important. So I hope that you guys will all make it a point to come to one of these events and say hi, but also tell your friends to drop by and learn about the project. Existing conditions, Ken?
Okay, so I just want to give you a taste of the information that we've been gathering, that your staff has really assisted us in providing. What is one leg of the stool that we're gonna build the update on? And so when you think about existing conditions, it's really how do we exist today? And most of those are the many different layers that define the community, right? So I want to run through these quickly. There's a lot of information here. A lot of this you're going to see moving forward. But so here's the planning area, landmarks, et cetera, ETJ, et cetera. We've got a mobility and connectivity layer, so looking at roads, but also looking at how that relates to the other systems. We've got existing land use. We've got neighborhoods and nodes, which will play a large factor in defining areas and connectivity as we move forward. Your parks and trails system. So when we talk about connectivity, we're also looking for gaps. We're looking for the things that aren't connected to make sure that You know where the system needs investment in order to connect everything together. And then looking at infrastructure from creeks and storm and sewer and water, and how the city is related to that and to the ETJ, which is critically important. Obviously, as infrastructure goes, so does development, right? And so we need to understand this when we start talking about areas and we start talking about future development areas. Okay, that was pretty quick, but there's a lot of information there. It's all GIS layers and data, and so we're using that. So when we look at those different things, we lay them on top of each other and we start to see where they connect or not connect, and that's part of the process as we move forward. Thank you.
And as Ken said, from the 2021 plan to today, we've already accomplished quite a bit. There's quite a bit accomplished and quite a bit ongoing or already started. And so we're really looking to just make some really key changes for this next phase for FATE. And that includes updating the future land use map. We have some focus areas that we're going to hone in on at the open house, where we're going to bring our landscape architects and we're going to draw up some site designs and some fun ideas and just really get some feedback from the community. And hand in hand with that goes the place type definitions, and that was another key component for this project. We're going to take a look at the place type definitions that were defined in the 2021 plan. And it really took you from that traditional land use approach to a more integrated growth framework, and now we're just going to tweak it and make sure that it's working for staff, working for the community, and make sure that the community is clear on what to expect when these kinds of things come up in meetings or on projects. And so we want to drill into those at the open house as well. And then the third component is an opportunities area focus. And so downtown, carryover from the 2021 plan, a lot's already happened there, so great synergy to keep going. As well as the State Highway 66 North Corridor, we know there's been a lot of growth, a lot of roadway, and same with Greenbrier South, with Fate Village and Lafayette Crossing. So we have a lot of growth areas coming straight through town that we want to make sure is connected, that we want to make sure the programming is installed, and then the infrastructure. And so we're using a lot of the current planning that's already been done, the new master thoroughfare plan, the parks and trails plan, the sidewalk plan, all of that, as Ken said, is being integrated into these maps, so that we can make sure we have a clear picture of where we're going and where these destination and key nodes and key places to preserve are for the community. So next steps from here, as we've mentioned, we've got the survey live on the website. Please take about 20 minutes and add your comments to the visioning, because we're going to come with some updates at the open house that we'd love for you to weigh in on. August 8th, this Saturday, I will be at the Polynesian pop-up with the FATE team as well. And then very importantly, August 27th is our public open house. And that's where we're gonna get into these existing conditions. You get to leave dots and stickies and a gumball machine with a prize. So really looking forward to that. That's where we'll get into the sites, those opportunity areas, and see what you guys want to see over the next 5, 10, 15 years. Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
I want to thank the Olson team for the great work that they've been doing with us so far. And just for everybody here in the room and who might be online, forwardfate.com is our dedicated website for the update. That's where you can find the QR code to the survey, a copy of all of those events that were up on the screen, starting with this Saturday's Polynesian Party on the Plaza. Remember, August 27th is that open house from 6 to 8 p.m. There will be some other activities, within a couple of days around that date. And so, forwardfate.com, please check it out, and you can get all the information there. And of course, you can also reach out to me, and I'll be happy to help. Thank you.
Of course, thank you. And I love the amount of events that the people can directly participate in. That's phenomenal. So thank you guys for that, making sure that that happens. Okay, thank you all.
If there are no other comments from the Planning and Zoning Commission, then we would move to item number 5C, which would be Planning and Zoning Commission adjournment.
That's the 1, 2, it's still not working, I don't think. Can I get a motion to close?
No one wants to y'all want to hang out with us for the rest of it? You can. We're having a blast up here. Come sit with us.
I got a first and I got a second. A first by Amy Garcia and a second by Commissioner Natasha Thomas. By show of hands, can we get a vote, please, to adjourn? Thank you, everyone. Thank you for having us.
Thank y'all for being here. Okay, Ms. Vicky, next agenda item, please.
Next will be agenda item 6, which is consent agenda.
Do I have a motion on the consent agenda?
I've got a couple of questions regarding the PID service plans. I don't know if we can, if you're able to answer those, or we can pull them off.
If they're, I can try to answer.
Do you want to pull them off and move on with the vote, or do you want to answer them now?
We'll pull them off.
We can. It's A, B, C, and D of the service plans.
I also have a question about the hazardous hardware waste, hazardous household waste contract.
Okay, so we'll pull off A, B, C, D, and F. All right.
Yeah, appreciate that.
No, of course, of course. So we'll pull off A, B, C, D, and F. So do I have a motion for the consent agenda that includes items E, G, and H?
I'll make a motion that we pass those.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. So again, this is to pass the consent agenda items E, G, and F, A, B, C, D, and E, G, and H. I'm sorry. A, B, C, D, and F will be discussed afterwards. So this is just for E, G, and H. Please vote. Motion passes 6-0. Thank you. All right, so we'll start with 6A.
This will pretty much apply to all the PID service agreements. I've had some questions from the residents in Montera regarding the collection costs and why they vary from phase to phase. If a property is in a PID, shouldn't they all have the same assessment as far as collection costs and administrative fees? Why do they vary from?
Phase to phase, perhaps?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So the variance of phase, so bonds are sold in chunks for the development.
right.
And so it's not uncommon to have different portions of the phases have different collection costs based on how many parcels they have.
But shouldn't the collection costs be equal per parcel? Like overall, if there's more parcels in a phase, there should be a higher overall yearly assessment, but for each individual property.
Not necessarily. It depends on how much work it is to.
Like Montera PID 1 is $311 a year. Number 2 is $327 a year per parcel.
Right.
Why?
Slight variation.
Why?
Could be anything from the timing of when those were sold and their administrative costs or their hourly rates. For a P3, it could be the amount of work that.
Yeah,
is
I guess
spent.
my question is, if you have a parcel in a PID,
Right.
why does it cost more to administer one parcel over another?
So it could be.
Could be.
Yeah, it could be the timing of, so if one phase launches first, those costs for administrative costs, I mean, they do all change at the same rate. The debt is going to be the same, if not more. So
Williamsburg is all over the place. $55, $70, $87, $91, $130 per parcel per year.
yeah, they've got, I mean, we could dive deeper into them, but.
I just
Yeah.
had some questions from some residents about why is my collection cost higher than my neighbor's? And we have the same 80-foot lot, essentially the same square footage house with a retaining wall, et cetera. Why are they different? I'm not talking about like I understand that the assessment based upon the overall bond sales per parcel. I'm just talking about specifically the administrative.
Just the administrative costs.
Administrative collection costs.
Yeah, each PID section, as you can see, has a budget, and those costs are broken down by phases.
Mm-hmm.
And so it'll depend on how much work I can only say it depends on how much work that the consultant does for that particular phase.
It seems kind of arbitrary to me.
If they were huge variations, like how you're talking about Williamsburg's got huge variations, how much of a?
Well, 1A is $55, 1B is $70, 1B2 and 1B3 is $87. One of them's $91, another one's $120. I mean, they're all 50, 60, 70, 80-foot lots, essentially 2,200 to 3,400 square feet. Why does one parcel require more administration than another parcel?
Great question.
It's a great question.
And we did not anticipate having a large discussion tonight. So we could table perhaps to the 10th, if you wish, and then get consultants here. You know,
Is that possible?
It is. It will
Okay.
cost money to have consultants here. Or we can remote them in. It's a little cheaper.
Well, I've had questions from residents about it because, Montera is a fairly new development. Williamsburg houses have been around for a while. And, we have newer phases 1 and 2 of Montera, and people are like, why is my different than my neighbors?
Fair question.
Fair question,
Yeah.
and I haven't heard an answer for it yet, just.
No, I'm trying. I could throw in darts at the board. So if you like, we could table those items for the PID, and I don't know if it breaks anything in the PID timeline. I'm hoping it doesn't, to get those approved.
Okay.
We had time. One of the reasons we were able to cancel the last meeting is we were able to move them to this meeting. So I'm not sure if it breaks anything in the PID adoption process, but we do have time to get information to the appraisal district.
Because the city council's the board for all the PIDs in FATE. And so
Correct.
we should have answers to our residents that ask those questions, in my
Sure.
opinion. So,
If you would like, we could have them.
Appreciate that.
We can get them on, we'll see if we can get somebody from P3 to attend on the 10th.
if the council's okay with that, I'll leave it up to y'all.
Yeah. Ms. Raines?
Yeah, I was just going to say that I was on board with tabling it and bringing somebody in, even remote, if that is more cost-effective.
Okay, any objection to that, council? Okay, then we'll table consent agenda items A, B, C, and D until the 10th. And so, Ms. Vicky, correct me if I'm wrong, but now we're on 6F that we'll discuss?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. Mr. Robbins?
Just looking at the usage from 2024 to 2025 is down. What makes the projection think that it's going to go back up to justify the cost increase? Goes from,
Omar, you want to answer this? I know you helped me put this together.
it goes from 480 down to 435, and they're estimating it go back up to 479 with a 3% increase in the cost, but the service that people are using is actually decreasing.
Sorry. So the 3% increase year over year isn't, it isn't a given. So with the initial agreement, the base rate is $1.05. And it hasn't increased at all since inception of this agreement.
Understand?
Yeah, and if you look at the fine print off to the right of the blue graph on page, let's see, what page is it in the PDF? It's page 1? Page 1 on the PDF of the link. So you can see the extrapolation. We've got 480 pickups in the first year, and we've got 435 the next year, a little bit of a drop, which is what you'd expect. People get rid of all the stuff in their garage. And then we've got the next projection here for 26, the current year. We're anticipating finishing at about 479.
Based on
pickups,
what data?
Based on the pace that we're currently at for this fiscal year.
And what was the equivalent pace in 2025 that we went down?
2025?
Yeah.
You could take 435 divided by 12 would give us a monthly rate. So it's very typical, like when we first started the program. In fact, I was surprised it didn't drop a lot more. But when you first start the household hazardous waste program, people have Not that I would agree to that. You know, I've got stuff, you know, I'll just say, I had like,
Sure.
you got stuff in your garage.
Yeah, I did.
And, yeah, everybody's got
Yeah.
all this stuff that you can't legally get rid of, and you're like, well, what do I do with all those? There's nowhere. We've never done household hazardous waste days. Those are not super efficient. Not a lot of people come. And so when this solution comes up, typically what they see is they see this big surge in the first year, and people get rid of all the stuff they've been holding, and then they take a break, and then over time you accumulate little things. But in this case, and it could have been that just a lot of people kind of gradually started to figure out like, oh, this is a pretty cool service and we have it. Like maybe I should use it, or you know, I'll get around to it, and they don't get around to it till next year.
Oh, it's a great service. I was just questioning we've been dropping the past 2 years. What makes us think that we're going to hit that higher number to justify
'Cause
the rate
we're-
increase?
If you look at our graph, the way we're measuring, so the way we're measuring full fiscal year.
Right.
So you have a full fiscal year, 480, you have a full fiscal year, 435. And so the next measure, the blue on that graph shows year to date. And so then we fill it in, see the hash, we fill that in, that's our expectation based on pace.
Right.
So we're
is
one
this-
off the first year start, which is a lot.
Okay, I'm just curious because the 2025 was down.
Sure. Yeah, we expected that. In fact,
Okay.
I expected it to drop way more than that.
And the 3% is just guaranteed in the contract, is what we're trying, is what is.
So I heard today, I talked to the finance director today, they may or may not execute that 3%.
Yes, it's, again, it's not a given. So, and if they do decide to exercise the 3%, COLA adjustment, they would give us a heads up if they were to do so.
Okay, because if the numbers stay low compared to equivalent to last year, I don't see the need for an additional cost to the end user. So, I mean.
Understood.
Yeah.
I think.
Thank you.
And I will note too that, on the communication side, you may see more social media posts in rotation, just promoting this service. So we make sure that all residents.
It's a great service, it really is,
Yeah.
and they do a wonderful job of picking stuff up. So I'm not knocking them at all. I'm just making sure that we're not increasing yet another increase on our utility bill
Well, yeah.
while
usage-
services are dropping.
No, I think service is going to stay level or go up.
Okay.
Especially with population.
Thank
And they
you.
also do e-waste. So if you have e-waste, don't throw it in the trash. Call these guys and stick it together with a bunch of other stuff.
They pick up a surprisingly amount of different things. It's pretty amazing. Thank you.
Okay. Do I have a motion on agenda item 6F?
Make a motion, we pass item 6F, resolution R 2026-060 as presented.
Do I have a second?
I second that motion.
Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, please vote. All right, motion passes 6-0. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Vicky, next agenda item, please.
Okay, as I understood it, our prospective,
Oh, yes.
Yes,
Yes. So council, seeing as we have a new city attorney and Mr. Kovacs was able to find one, I'd like to skip to 9A to go into executive session to discuss the city attorney, come out from executive session, make this official so that then we can have our city attorney join us for the discussions on the zoning changes coming forward. Any objection by council? Okay, seeing none. Ms. Vicky,
Okay.
do you want to read us in?
absolutely. So executive session in accordance with Texas Government Code, Section 551.001, the city council will recess into executive session closed meeting to discuss the following. 9A, in accordance with Texas Government Code, Section 551.074, to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, one city attorney.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, we adjourned from executive session at 7:09 PM. So we're coming back into regular session at 7:11 PM. Ms. Vicky?
Okay, will any action be taken on agenda item 9A1?
Yes. So I move to appoint Mr. David Overcash of the firm Wolf, Tidwell, and McCoy as the interim city attorney for Fate and ratify the engagement agreement executed by the city manager through the end of December, with an end date of December 31st, 2026, with a renewal discussion by council by the second January meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion on this motion? Okay, seeing none, please vote. Motion passes 6-0. Thank you, and welcome, Mr. Overcash. Okay, Ms. Vicky, next agenda item, please.
Okay, so we'll move back to agenda item, section 7. Agenda item 7A. This is an application for a specific use permit to allow for used car dealership office and 5 associated parking spaces at an existing self-storage business. First will be the staff summary, followed by applicant presentation, public hearing, and then consider action on ordinance number O-2026-049.
I think the other PDF is keep taking all the ringing or something. Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Mayor, members of council, I will warn you ahead of time that items 7A and 7B are pretty much identical. But because they are separate applications and separate ordinances, I do need to go through the formal process. I'll try to be as efficient as possible. All right, so this first item before you tonight is a specific use permit for an auto dealership office at Lock and Leaf Self Storage here in Fate. This is project ID SUP 26002. So this is a single lot zone general commercial. It is currently developed as an existing self-storage facility, as you can see in the image before you. It's on the south side of I-30 frontage road, approximately 1,270 feet east of Rochelle Road, or Rochelle Road, depending on who you ask. Here's an aerial of the location in the dark box as it relates to the other I-30 frontage development and the school behind it. So the request tonight is for a special use permit to authorize the addition of a used car dealership to office out of the front of the Lock and Leaf self-storage facility. Table 4.1 of the Unified Development Ordinance states that used motor vehicle sales requires an SUP in the general commercial zoning district. Here's a layout of the requested dealership. Now, one thing that I will explain related to this request and the request coming afterwards is that this is technically a virtual or a virtual dealership office. So this isn't something that would result in a large lot of cars sitting on the property where obviously we have other buildings, other things happening here. This is a virtual office that essentially allows somebody to have a desk, a phone, a computer, sell cars online, and possibly have a kind of pickup, exchange transaction in this location. But generally, we wouldn't see any cars actually stored on the property, and if there were, then it would be for a very short period of time. It's really all virtual in nature. The DMV, in order to issue a license to this dealership, requires the assignment of 5 parking spaces on the property on which the dealership is located, which is why it's for an office and 5 parking spaces. For some of you, this may be a familiar situation where there was another SUP issued for this same use on another location, which we'll be revisiting in a moment. So for an SUP, there are a number of approval criteria in the Unified Development Ordinance. And so we've kind of lumped those together because some of them are kind of similar. So started off with criterion A of whether the project meets the purpose of the zoning district. The zoning is general commercial. It does allow used car dealerships with an SUP. This is a low-intensity use as described per the applicant, i.e. the virtual dealership component. And the use is proposed within an existing building. So no development actually would happen on site. They would just be assigning a space, a desk, and a computer to that virtual office. Criteria B and E relate to compatibility. So whether the use it complements or is compatible with surrounding uses, and if it's in scale with the existing neighborhood. So on site and surrounding, all the uses are auto-centric. We have self-storage, we have the highway to the north, a vacant parcel to the east, an auto repair facility to the west, and south of the lot is the new middle school. So generally, in a general sense, this is a compatible use, and again, one that isn't going to really change the character of the location. Criteria C and F relate to mitigation of impacts. And so there are no new infrastructure or buildings proposed for this use, and there's no anticipated increase in traffic or an intangible increase in traffic because, again, it's all kind of a virtual home base for the online car sales. Criterion D is whether it contributes to, enhances, or promotes the quality of life for residents. This proposal doesn't change the physical layout of the existing site. It is essentially a low-impact operation, so the anticipated impact to residents or adjacent properties would be negligible. All SUPs require public noticing. So as indicated on the map, we not only publish the notice in the newspaper, as is required by state law and our code, but we also posted a sign on the front of the property and mailed notices to all adjacent properties within 200 feet of the subject parcel. That resulted in 8 mailed notices being sent, and as of this afternoon, we have received no written comments in favor or against the proposal. As you know, we normally do a fiscal analysis with any kind of zoning or pseudo-zoning change. Because this is really a very low-impact use, it's along a TxDOT roadway and there's no infrastructure proposed, we chose not to do any fiscal analysis because the findings would be negligible. At their July 16th hearing, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this SUP request with conditions with a vote of 4-1 with 2 of the members absent. The recommended conditions for this SUP are as follows, and for the record, I do need to read them verbatim. Number 1, a maximum of 5 dedicated spaces for used auto sales may be assigned to the site. Number 2, designated parking spaces shall be located behind the first cluster of metal buildings. Vehicle parking and storage may not be located in front of the buildings as indicated on the accompanying site plan. A revised site plan shall be provided to staff for review and approval prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy for any used auto sales use on the site. Condition 3, prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy, the applicant shall remove all banners and other temporary signs from the front of the site. Number 4, no additional signage shall be permitted on the property without obtaining a sign permit from the city. Number 5, flags or banner signs advertising the sale of used cars on the property shall be prohibited. Condition 6, no used vehicles associated with this business shall be displayed or parked in the front of the property. And number 7, the total space associated with used car business shall be limited to the area shown on the site plan exhibit submitted as an exhibit of the SUP request. Expansion of the business operations, either an office space, service space, or parking, shall require a revised site plan. With that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions you may have. I've been looking for the applicant. Mohammed, is he here? The applicant is not here tonight. I don't know why.
Okay. Any questions or comments from council? Mr. Manival.
You had put up a picture of what the site looks like now. So it sounds like from all the signage restrictions, it's still going to look just like that, right?
We would require them to take down the banners that have been put up on the fence, the flag, anything like that. The self-storage.
Says, yeah.
The self-storage sign is a permitted sign, but all the other extra stuff, like the stuff that just kind of organically goes up, that has to go down.
What about gorillas, like inflatable gorillas?
That's a sign. That's a temporary sign that requires a sign permit issued by the city, and so they wouldn't be able to just go in and put up anything that doesn't have a permit.
Okay, thanks.
So just driving down I-30, you pass the storage facility, you're going to have no idea that there's a car lot in there unless you know that that's their address and that's what you're looking for.
That's what I would expect.
And reasonably speaking, how are we ensuring and mitigating the use of the remainder of the property if they decide not to honor the specifications? What are our options at that point?
That would be considered a zoning violation, and we do have provisions in Article 2 of our Unified Development Ordinance to deal with any violations, include fines, citations, and the like, as issued by a municipal judge.
Is there anything in here that says that salvage vehicles or inoperative vehicles that might be dropped off for sale virtually?
I don't think we have a specific condition related to that. You could certainly request that condition be added. Frankly, I don't think we consider that as being part of their anticipated operation, but if we wanted to protect against that. And they do have vehicle storage on site already. This would be distinguished from that as being preserved for that use.
And as was stated before, there's any storage of for sale vehicles on the rest of the property would be a violation of the zoning, correct?
That's right. Yeah.
I
mean, frankly, we'd have to learn that. We're not going to be out there every day kind of watching how they operate, but we do check in with businesses. We maintain communication with all of the business community, and so if that came to our attention, we would certainly address it.
Because there was a couple of already entitled used car lots in our area that have cars that are inoperable on their property out front, waiting for someone to come and buy them for scrap parts or whatever, and I just don't want to, I'm not a big fan of large used car lots without a new car lot kind of coming along with it, but I would want to have some kind of a consideration for making sure that the vehicles are functional and registered, et cetera, and not scrap, salvage, pull parts, et cetera.
Fair.
Do we know the relationship of the applicant and the owner of the storage? Is it the same
No.
individual?
When I've spoken to him before, and again, he has one of these already at his other self-storage location here in Fate. We'll be revisiting that property in a moment. He basically leases out the office space to a business that operates these virtual car sales. I believe that's the extent of the relationship. It's a lessor-lessee relationship.
Okay, so this relationship already exists elsewhere in the city.
Yes.
Is there a loophole where the lessor who's running the car lot essentially rents auto parking space from the storage facility?
Well, the conditions on this are such that they can only do 5 parking spaces. That's the minimum required by the DMV, and so that's all we're giving them. So you can only have one office and those 5 parking spaces. So you couldn't be like, I'm gonna have a second office and use those same 5 parking spaces. That's not allowed. Does that answer your question?
No,
Maybe I
it was the
misunderstood.
other way around. Can he or she rent space from the storage facility to store his auto
Have 20,
inventory?
have 20 more.
So if the individual has auto storage as part of the self-storage business, which is permitted, and if they have a vacant space for that, I don't think we would distinguish if it's, Joe Smith wants to put their RV or their vehicle there, or if it's somebody who operates that commercial vehicle sales. If they wanted to put an extra car in there, again, operationally, you don't see cars on the site, unless it's like maybe for a pickup. But I would say that we wouldn't distinguish one or the other of that.
I was just wondering where the cars that are for sale are kept.
They're generally kept off-site, somewhere else, out of town, and really, kind of like a mass storage location usually. If the applicant were here, they could maybe explain it better, but that's what I understand. The cars are not kept on site. The 5 spaces are per the applicant, just to meet the requirement, but not physically a place where they store the cars. And I've not seen or heard anecdotally that that is not the case.
Okay, any other comments or questions for this? Mr. Robbins?
The owner has been a business owner in Fate for a while now, correct?
Yeah, quite some time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, easily beyond my time here, and I know that they've had some tenure here for quite a while before then.
And do you have any idea what the thought was behind the one dissenting vote from Planning and Zoning?
Yes, it was expressed, and essentially there was a concern that it was not a particularly productive use of the land, and there was a concern about how many of these could potentially be developed on a specific piece of property. And my approach is, this is a case-by-case discretionary decision that's, provided to you to consider. And so I'm not going to make my recommendation based on a very vast, suite of what-ifs. Maybe somebody could come with 3 or 4 or 5, but then it would be the determination of council, like, hey, you know what, that's enough, we're not going to approve these anymore.
Is the SUP based upon the business or the property?
It's based on the business.
Okay, so if the business ceases to exist, the SUP...
Right. In the ordinance, we generally always add a provision that states that if the business ceases to operate as presented for 180 days, we can initiate an extinguishment of that SUP by action of the council.
Thank you.
If the vehicles are typically held off-site, I would imagine that if somebody wanted to come look at a vehicle or anything like that, that this would be the location where that would occur.
I would expect so, yes.
Is there any kind of timeline that we would be giving for this that, somebody says, well, it's Monday, and they say, hey, I want to come look at that vehicle on Thursday. Does that mean that the business owner could come and bring that car and leave it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then until Thursday? Is there a time frame for which these vehicles would have to be off instead of looking like they're just, and I'm not saying somebody would do this, but of course the fear is, well, I've got somebody who wants to come look in the next 2 weeks at this car, so I'm just going to leave it out front instead of taking it back to its off-site location. Do we have any idea on what a time frame would be that those could be advertised out front?
So we didn't assign a time frame, but you'll recall that in our conditions of approval, we specifically told them they couldn't put vehicles up front, specifically for that reason. We don't want it to look like a used car lot. We want it to look like a self-storage facility, however that looks on its own. And this is just kind of an accessory use within that. And so they would need to have the cars parked behind buildings so that when you're driving by on the highway, you have no idea that that's going on in there. And so that's why we put that in the condition, because the original site plan did show the parking right up at the front. We're like, no, that's not going to work. And so they're going to have to push it, most likely, back here in the uncovered parking area, and they're just going to lose that capacity for other storage to operate that business out of the office.
Okay, other comments? Okay, do I have a motion? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. So no applicant presentation. Ms. Vicky?
All right, are you ready to open the public hearing? Yes? Okay.
Yes. We will open the public hearing at 7:29 p.m.
And there are no citizens that have signed up to speak for this public hearing.
Okay, and seeing none out in the audience today, we will close the public hearing at 7:29 p.m. Okay, now do I have a motion on this agenda item?
Make a motion, we approve ordinance O 2026-049, adding in let the city attorney generate language based upon no salvage, functioning vehicles, et cetera, that we're not a pull-in parts kind of a place, if that makes any sense.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, please vote. The motion fails 3-3 with Mayor Greenberg, Councilman Hatley, and Councilwoman Huffman voting in the negative. Okay, next agenda item, please.
Next, we will move to Agenda Item 7B. This is an application for a specific use permit to allow for a used car dealership office and 5 associated parking spaces at an existing self-storage business. Staff summary, applicant presentation, public hearing, and then consider ordinance number O-2026-050.
All right, I told you these were going to be the same, so this is literally going to be the same. All right, same applicant, same model. However, this is a different location. So this is a SUP request for an auto dealership office at Rockwell Fate Self-Storage. So this is the property in question. This is a single lot. The current zoning of the site is planned development. The base zoning of that planned development is general commercial, and so that's what we base our requirements off of. It's currently developed as an existing self-storage, window tinting, and neighborhood U-Haul dealership. All of these uses are permitted on the site, either through SUPs or through base zoning. The property is located on the south side of I-30, frontage road approximately 760 feet east of Rochelle Road. Here's the, again, the property in question, just a little bit west of the previous property. So this, again, is a SUP for a virtual auto dealership. The use was not included in the PD, so Table 4.1-1 requires that SUP for used motor vehicles in the general commercial zone. So there is one difference in this case, and that's the fact that there's already an SUP issued for this use on this property. They are actually wanting to do a second office elsewhere on the site for the virtual auto dealership. So as you can see here, in the red square is the previously approved SUP office, which is currently functioning, operating. And in the blue square, there's other office space that's vacant right now, or presumably vacant, and will be available for that second dealership. So, very quickly, again, approval criteria. Purpose of the zoning district is general commercial. SUP allows for the used car dealership. Surrounding uses, same exact uses basically as before. Auto-oriented uses on the highway. Nothing that would really be impacted by the level of intensity for that use. Traffic impacts, there's no new infrastructure or buildings proposed. No tangible increase in traffic given a small-scale operation. Promoting the quality of life for residents. This doesn't change the physical layout of the site. There's no new development. And again, it's a low impact, more or less virtual operation. Once again, we didn't do a fiscal analysis because of the low intensity of the development. We published a newspaper notice, posted a sign out front, and mailed notices to all properties within 200 feet of the subject property. That resulted in 6 mailed notices being sent. As of this afternoon, we've received no written comments either for or against the proposal. So once again, we bring a recommendation from Planning and Zoning Commission of 4-1 approval with conditions, with 2 of the members absent. Conditions as follows. Prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy, the applicant shall remove all banners and other temporary signs from the front of the site. Number 2, no vehicle parking may occur on top of or within the spray field of the on-site septic system. Prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy or revised site plan shall be submitted for staff to review and approval. For review and approval, showing the location of the on-site septic system in relation to the proposed parking spaces for dealership office 2. Condition 3, no additional signage shall be permitted on the property without obtaining a sign permit from the city. Number 4, flags or banner signs advertising the sales of used cars on the property shall be prohibited. Number 5, no used vehicles associated with this business shall be displayed or parked in the front of the property. Number 6, the total space associated with the used car business shall be limited to the area shown in the site plan exhibit, submitted as an exhibit of the SUP request. Expansion of the business operations, either in office space, service space, or parking, shall require a revised site plan. Finally, number 7, outdoor storage of accessory parts and materials shall not be permitted without proper screening. That concludes my presentation. Once again, I don't believe the applicant is here, so I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Questions from council? Ms. Huffman.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So there's currently a business like this on this property. Has that been a positive experience for the city of Fate? Have there been any complaints or issues related to that business?
I'm not aware of any complaints or issues related to the business.
Mr. Manival.
I guess, again, I'd like to see that picture of what it looks like now.
Oh, the actual business itself?
Yeah, just, and And what, if we approve this, how will it look different?
The banners and unapproved signs will have to be taken down before we issue a certificate of occupancy
So
for
it'll
the
actually
office.
look a little,
It'll clean up a little
a
bit.
little cleaned up. Okay. Okay, that's it.
Is the applicant different from the person who currently operates the other car dealership that's there?
Yes. Again, they lease out the space to a separate individual to operate their virtual car sales on the site.
Any other questions, comments from council? Okay. And then we have no applicant presentation. So at this time, it is 7:36. We will open up the public hearing. Ms. Vicky?
I have no citizens that have signed up to speak.
Okay, and seeing none currently in the audience as well, we will close the public hearing at 7:36 PM. Do I have a motion?
Make a motion, we pass ordinance 2026-050 with the amendment that the vehicles are operational and not salvage. City Attorney can write that.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please vote. Motion passes 4-2 with Mayor Greenberg and Councilman Hatley voting in the negative. All right, thank you. Next agenda item, please.
We'll move to 7C. This is an application for a zoning change request from agriculture to planned development to develop a master planned community with single-family residential and school uses. First will be the staff summary, followed by applicant presentation, public hearing, and then consider action on ordinance O 2026-051.
All right, Mayor and Council, this is the staff presentation for the Crenshaw Preserve Plan Development. This is ZR 26002. So the project before you tonight is a zoning change request from agriculture to plan development. This is a request that was previously denied 4-3 by council earlier this year, and we'll get into that process question in a moment. This is a request for a large lot, single-family development covering 696.5 acres over 9 vacant lots. The proposal includes 426 single-family residential lots. Note that this is a reduction of 34 lots from the previous submittal, or a 7.4% reduction in overall lot count in the project. All lots north of FM 552, which is 106 lots, are a minimum lot size of 1 acre, and all lots south of FM 552, which is 320 lots, are a minimum lot size of 3/4 of an acre. And there are 7 development phases identified in the proposal. So again, this is a resubmittal of a proposal that was previously denied 4-3 by the City Council on April 6, 2026. Expressed by the council and community were some concerns over the sizes of the lots and the uncertainty about the connectivity and operation of Ben Payne Road, which would serve as a crucial north-south connection through the development. Fayette Unified Development Ordinance, Section 2.4.8 states that when an application submitted pursuant to this ordinance is denied, no new application for the same or substantially the same request, as determined by the administrator, who is me, shall be submitted or accepted within 1 year of the date of the denial unless, subsection 1, the administrator determines that the resubmitted application corrects any deficiencies identified in the original application. Following my review and discussion with the applicant and the changes proposed, I determined that this was a substantial change in direct response to the concerns expressed in the original denial, and so I allowed them to resubmit their application with, of course, guidance from our legal counsel. Here's an aerial view of the location of the property. The red line is the Fayette ETJ limits, and of course the yellow line is the property boundary. So one of the biggest parts of this project, notwithstanding, of course, the residential development, is the scale of the extensions of public infrastructure to serve the development and the city overall. So that includes extension of North Ben Payne Road from 552 down to the existing terminus of Ben Payne at Montera. That is being proposed to be built in phase 1 of the development. You've got Prince Lane from Ben Payne Road going east to the existing property boundary, or the project boundary, excuse me. And then a further extension of Prince Lane down to Miss May Drive to upsize the existing roadway to meet current city standards. And I put an asterisk there because initially there was discussion about having all of Prince Lane built from Ben Payne to Miss May in Phase 2. But as we've had discussions with the developer on a development agreement, how there would be city participation in that, because this is public infrastructure that's subject to our capital improvement plan. There have been some discussions about moving some of the phasing around to match the cash flow and expectations of the city related to that. So this is a slight adjustment from what was presented at the Planning and Zoning Commission, just as far as the timing goes. But that's still kind of up in the air because that would ultimately be subject to the terms of a development agreement if the zoning is approved. And finally, the extension westward of Prince Lane from Ben Payne up to North Country Lane in Phase 4. In Phase 5, North Country Lane would be built from Ben Payne out to the floodplain that denotes the western extent of the project. And in Phase 6, North Smith Road will be built from 552 up to the northern end of Phase 6, with the remainder of North Smith Road being basically remaining untouched. North of that, although the right-of-way would be dedicated as part of the plating process. There'll also be public water lines installed to serve the development. All properties will be served by on-site septic other than the school sites, and that would require the extension of sewer lines to serve those future school locations. There's also a significant number of connection points being shown in the concept plan that basically reflect the high level of connectivity for the area. Part of our review of any kind of residential subdivision is calculating the connectivity ratio, which is essentially the relationship of nodes versus legs, basically connections. And so the minimum for the residential estate zoning district, which is the basis upon which this plan development was developed, is 1.2. This shows a connectivity ratio of 1.33, which means that basically it's easier to get around in this development, easier for emergency access, and doesn't just kind of funnel everybody into one access point or two. As noted, there are also 2 future school sites within the concept plan, a middle and elementary school totaling 51.6 acres out of the whole project area. And it should be noted that this actually is a joint application with the Rockwall ISD. They control over 100 acres, I think it's 117 acres of the total project area. And so through an agreement between the developer and the school district, they are a party to this request. So the school sites consist of a middle school of 36.1 acres and a future elementary school of 15.5 acres. The middle school is the yellow and the elementary is the blue. The construction timeline is to be determined, but per the operations manager of the school, it would be probably a good 8 to 10 years out before these school sites would be built. However, they will require public water and sewer to serve the sites because they don't have enough space for septic, and that's really not how you want to operate anyway. The concept plan also shows 180 acres being dedicated as open space, which constitutes 28.4% of the total project acreage. It includes 97.37 acres of floodplains and other open spaces, most of which are accessible to the public. In the last round of hearings, that question was posed, and we got clarification that the trails, parklets, anything out there that was dedicated and built as open space, as programmed open space, would be available to the public, with the exception of any kind of enclosed amenity center type things which would have controlled access. The concept plan, again, shows 426 units within Appendix B or Exhibit B of the plan development, which is all the development regulations, basically spells out your setbacks and any of the terms of the development. They have a maximum units for the entire plan development of 430. In the previous iteration of this plan development, which had 460 units overall, they had a maximum of 500. So they greatly reduced the allowed maximum so that if when they go in there and do engineered design, they have to, move a road or, tweak something here and there. When the engineers get in there and fine tune the concept plan, there may be a loss of a lot, there may be a gain of a lot, but overall, they would not be able to exceed 430 no matter how they, adjusted things with the civil engineering. For the residential estate zoning district, which again is the basis upon which this plan development was developed, the maximum density is 1 unit per acre. That means if you have a 100-acre lot, you can't have more than 100 homes on that. For a development like this of 430 units, this development at 426 units constitutes 430 units in the PUD maximum allows for 0.62 units per acre density, and the concept plan at 426 units equals 0.61 units per acre. So the density proposed is basically 2/3 of the density allowed by the residential estate zoning district. Again, the lots south of 552 are 3/4 of an acre in size minimum, and the lots north of 552, the minimum lot size is 1 acre. All of these lots would be served by on-site septic service. That's permitted through TCEQ, and again, the schools will be served by sewer. Public water line would have to go throughout the development to serve those lots. The property falls within the CCN, or Certificate of Convenience and Necessity, of City of Fate and Mount Zion Utility District. And so this would probably require the CCN transfer of a portion of that to the City of Fate so that we would be the water provider for the entire property. The CCN is basically the boundary of the privilege and responsibility of a water provider to serve certain property. So within that Exhibit B, which is again a part of the packet that you were provided, the residential plan development standards include a number of adjustments or specific prescriptions that would apply to this project, including a maximum density of 1 unit per gross acre, which again greatly exceeds what would functionally happen on the ground. A minimum lot size of 3/4 of an acre south of 552, minimum lot size of 1 acre north of 552. The minimum air-conditioned space for any residents in the development would be 3,000 square feet. That doesn't include garages, that's air-conditioned space. The maximum lot coverage for all buildings on this site would be 35%. There'll be a 30-foot front setback, a 25-foot rear setback, a 10 or 20-foot side setback, 10 feet being interior side property boundaries, 20 feet if it's up against a public road. And then there's a minimum 100-foot parcel width at the front setback line. So you could have a parcel that's kind of triangular in size, where it touches the right-of-way, it might be less than 100 feet. But once you get to that 30-foot building setback, that has to be 100 feet. That's how we generally measure the parcel width. Here's a comparison between the plan development as proposed in the residential estate zoning district. Again, a lot of alignment, but in some cases, there is a shift. For example, the front setback is universally 30 feet. Side setback is a little bit greater in the case of the street side setback from 15 feet to 20 feet. The rear setback increases from 10 feet to 25 feet. One of the shifts is, of course, the minimum lot size with a mix of 3/4 acre and 1 acre lots versus the residential estate, which is uniformly a 1 acre lot, minimum lot size. The lot coverage is 35% when compared to 25%. And again, the commonality here is that there's let's just say maximum density of 1 dwelling unit per acre between the plan development and the residential estate zoning district. Additional PD standards include upgraded garage design standards, building material standards, and fencing requirements. There's also an anti-monotony requirement, which means that I wouldn't expect to have to worry about that in a development like this, but there would be a codified requirement where you can't build the same model of home or have the same facade design within a certain distance. In this case, it would be 600 feet of any other elevation along the street. So that just provides for a variety of housing design options and creates a more interesting neighborhood and streetscape. There are temporary and permanent signage standards They're required to have at least 3 amenity nodes, which includes parks, sports courts, dog parks, clubhouse, things like that. And in the last portion of the exhibit, there are references to property owner association standards, which will have to be kind of developed and would prescribe requirements for the development under the POA. So as a zoning case, we of course look at the 3 criteria in the Unified Development Ordinance. First is whether the proposal is compatible with the comprehensive plan and other adopted plans. From the 2021 FATE comprehensive plan, this whole property is subject to the rural reserve place type. 100% of the property is in the city, by the way. Just want to make sure that that's very clear. This is a plan development for a residential estate equivalent zoning category. So basically, agriculture and residential estate are the 2 zoning districts that are compatible with the rural reserve place type. This is for a large lot single family development, which is a representative use for the rural reserve place type. And floodplains and open spaces are preserved, which is one of the objectives of the rural reserve place type, to not just cover it with a bunch of dense development. It seeks to maintain a good amount of open space. There's also an extension of public roads within the development that are compatible with the master thoroughfare plan adopted by the city. And I should note that on the North Smith Road side, on the north side of 552, one of the adjustments from the previous submittal was that they actually followed the alignment in our master thoroughfare plan. Previously, they'd had a different configuration of North Smith Road, and we had conditioned that previous submittal with matching the master thoroughfare plan. They just kind of cleaned it up. And in this resubmittal, they followed the alignment that we were going to require. In addition, within the comprehensive plan, there are a number of action and implementation items, and we reviewed against those for compatibility as well. Some of those include housing choice item 1.4 is to ensure appropriate transitions or buffers between residential areas and other uses. HC 1.5 is to continue coordination with the school districts to plan for new school locations where needed due to growth, which of course they're providing for school sites in the development. And connected transportation 3.2, which is to coordinate with regional, state, and federal partners to implement local and regional transportation initiatives. And I will note that in our discussions on a development agreement for this development, again, that doesn't happen unless zoning happens, but we have to have these discussions before that, you know. The county has stated that they would be a participant in any kind of development agreement. They would provide cost share and cost support for some of the public infrastructure development, specifically North Bend Payne Road, because that provides, you know, critical north-south connection between 552 and I-30. Criterion B is looking at the character of the surrounding neighborhood and whether there's compatibility there. So to the south, we have the Montera and Wood Creek single-family subdivisions. Montera has lot sizes ranging from 6,000 to 15,500 square feet. Wood Creek has about just shy of 6,000 to a little over 11,000 square foot lots. The project density, again, is 0.61 dwelling units per acre, compared to Montera, which is 3.03 dwelling units per acre, and Wood Creek 9A, which is 4.36. So if it gets a little bit denser toward the south, then you get into the 0.75 acre lots. And then north of 552, the project has 1 acre lots, and north of that and around that northern portion, you're looking at residential lots in the 1 to 5 acre range. A lot of those are not in the city limits, and so they're not subject to our zoning requirements. That's generally what the development pattern looks like up there. And then criterion C is any other factors required or allowed by Texas law and case law. We're following all the requirements of our Unified Development Ordinance, state legislation, anything that pertains to our public outreach and processing. Speaking of which, of course, this is a very large zoning case, and so we did all of the procedural requirements, including publication of the notice of the hearings in the local newspaper. The applicant placed a number of signs, which we verified across the property where visible from public right-of-way. It doesn't make sense to put a sign right in the middle of the property where nobody's going to see it. And then, of course, we mailed out mailed notices to all properties within 200 feet, as shown in that kind of brownish red line around the property boundary. And so that meant we sent 113 mailed notices. As of this afternoon, we've received 6 written responses. One of those responses was in favor, 1 was neutral, and 4 were against. And because whenever we have opposition, we need to calculate the area of that opposition to make sure it doesn't hit a threshold where suddenly you have to have a supermajority. In this case, we're well below that threshold. So a summary of those responses: in favor was that the project provides a unique residential development not found elsewhere in the city, and that it's an investment in the community and that it supports for its quality of life. Some of the comments against the proposal were that the development was too dense when surrounded by large acreage properties to the north. It introduces crowding and takes away from the natural environment and wildlife habitat, and that the project would create a strain on infrastructure, provide additional traffic, and impact the quality of life of residents. So we did run a fiscal analysis on this project, and this is a brief summary. The whole worksheet of both of the methodologies is in your packet. The project market value, based on information provided by the developer, is about $570.8 million at build-out. The year 1 contribution to the city in the form of property, online sales, and franchise fees would be about $1.2 million. The total public road replacement costs attributed to the city's responsibility is about shy of $22.3 million. The annual public road cost, when taking that whole public road cost and dividing it by a 40-year depreciation schedule, will be $556,000. And so we've talked about this before, so I won't get into all the details, but we have 2 different methodologies in looking at the fiscal analysis. And I will, again, remind the council that this analysis is for information, for context, which should not be the basis for an approval or denial of a project, because this is not codified as a criterion for approval or denial. So the per unit method, which looks at basically an assumed cost to serve per residential unit, it estimates a cost to serve annual cost to serve of about $524,000. The project net revenue, when not with taking into the account of the road depreciation, is $128,000. The gain or loss over 40 years with the road cost would be about $2.6 million. The revenue to cost ratio, which basically is for every dollar of spent serving a project, how much does the city get back? The revenue to cost in the per unit method is $2.13 to every $1. And then if we look at taking into that road depreciation, is 1.12 to 1. For proportionate area, which basically looks at the overall city geography and the proportional area of the property related to the overall city, it tells a little bit of a different story. And that's why we look at both the methodologies, because there are 2 different ways of looking at how the city serves property. And so the cost to serve in this methodology would be about $1.6 million, with a project net revenue with roads of negative $905,000. And over 40 years, that translates to negative $36 million. The revenue to cost ratio is 0.78 to 1, and with roads, that's 0.57 to 1. And if we look at the overall private investment value to the public road value, that ratio is 25.7 to 1. And it would take 20 years to repay the road costs if we allocated 100% of the property taxes collected from the project to repay those road costs. So again, we look at 2 different methodologies. They tell different stories, but it's just different ways of looking at it, and that's why we don't codify this, because it's still a conversation piece rather than a really acute science that we apply to this. At their last hearing, the Planning and Zoning Commission provided a recommendation of 5-0 of approval with conditions, with 2 members absent. The recommended conditions of approval are as follows. Number 1, provide a copy of the easement for the dam in Phase 6 for city records and include the easement boundary within the preliminary plat. Number 2, the Crenshaw Preserve Plan Development Ordinance shall not become effective until the architectural controls document identified in Section 4.1 of the Crenshaw Preserve Plan Development District Development Regulations is attached as an exhibit. That's the Property Owner Association document that I referenced earlier. Number 3, changes to the concept plan, preliminary plat, or final plat may occur based on the results of special studies and civil engineering plan review. These changes will not require a formal concept plan amendment as long as the changes are those limited to responses to the special studies and civil engineering plan review, subject to the discretion of the administrator. And finally, number 4, Ben Payne Road shall be constructed 2 lanes minimum from its existing northern terminus near Montera Phase 2 or a different northern terminus at the time of project construction to FM 552 and accepted by the city prior to the city's acceptance of any single-family residential permit for phases 2 through 5 of the Crenshaw Preserve development. That concludes my presentation. I can take any questions now or later.
Questions from council? Mr. Robbins.
When you said, you had a screen up there that said building materials upgraded as far as the development agreement, what is that? Can you get more specific on that?
Sure. I don't have the whole thing memorized, forgive me. Just 1 second, let me pull it up. And I'm sure the developer can speak to that a little bit too, but since you asked. Yeah, so Exhibit B is the development standards. And so there is a section in here that talks about building materials, includes like accent lighting. Let's see. I know that's not the extent of it. Fencing requirements, the enhanced fencing requirements, exterior material selection. You can't use the same brick mortar color, primary paint color, trim color, et cetera, within 600 lineal feet of the same street. That's that anti-monotony standard. Let's see. There are going to be additional POA requirements for building materials, but that would be an exhibit that comes with the final ordinance. So again, the condition of approval states that the ordinance won't be effective until that POA document is in place. I guess that's it. Generally, when we have enhanced building material standards, recent state law doesn't allow us to have those built into the ordinance, and so we would apply those within the development agreement, which is a contract between the city and the developer. And so if there's anything else that is not reflected in here, which I didn't really do justice to kind of give much of a description of building materials enhancements, those will be in the development agreement and basically established through that contract.
And what's the time frame on getting the development agreement?
Well, moving forward to the development agreement, we've discussed preliminary terms. We are still working on that. I mean, we did have an executive session with council a number of months ago to kind of talk about, we have made advancements in what the terms of that development agreement since then, but it's not finalized. So basically we would bring that, if the zoning were approved tonight, we would bring that to council probably, I would expect maybe September, if we can get legal review and everything done by then.
The school district land, there's been no commitment to actually build any schools yet, correct?
Essentially, at this point, it would be land banking.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it would still be owned by the school district. The lots will be owned by the school district. They will be platted as, separate lots to be owned by the school district. When we met with the school district, staff some weeks ago, they basically said that the timing of development of these lots would be a little bit down the road.
And the ISD maintains that property, correct?
Yeah, if they own it, they'll maintain it.
Okay. And these are all going to be septic?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there's no sewer overhead for the city?
That's right. They're all on-site septic, which will have to have maintenance agreements, and they'll be subject to TCEQ oversight. We don't permit our septic through Rockwall County because they have different minimum lot size standards, and so we go directly to TCEQ.
And then lastly, there's no special districts proposed with this yet?
No, there's been no discussion about any MUDs or PIDs or anything like that ever in the discussions with the developer.
All right, thank you.
Additional questions? Ms. Huffman.
Sorry, I had to look around and make sure that wasn't me. I believe you mentioned this before, but are there any other developments in the city of Fate that have 1 acre lots?
There are some developments in the southeastern corner, like I think the Sleepy Hollow area off of Blackland. I can't say, I think some of those are half acre, there may be some 1 acres in there. Those are very old developments, and, but that's basically it. Everything that's been built within the last, 15 years is, 8,000, 7,000, 6,000 square foot lots.
And just to confirm, if we approved this zoning change, this is by ordinance, so any change in the ownership or the sale of the land, it wouldn't extend to any additional transaction for any of the sale of that land. It's specifically this development. We're not paving the way for somebody else to come in if this doesn't go through.
So the way that this would work, it's tied to the land. And so this is the developer proposing the development, but say in some reality, they sold the project to somebody else, whoever it is that's going to be subject to these specific terms. So if it changes hands, somebody else doesn't get to do something different unless they come back to council and say, hey, I want to do something different. It's tied to the land, it's an ordinance, it's zoning, and so it's established as a permanent entitlement on the land. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Mr. Hatley.
I was just going to quash an online rumor. How many half-acre lots are available?
In this city or in this project?
In this project.
There are 0 half-acre lots proposed in the project.
Yeah, no, we knew that, but there was an
And
online
again,
rumor and an accusation. I just wanted to go ahead and quash.
I will say that these are minimum lot sizes, so in reality, a lot of the lots will be more than 3/4 acre or 1 acre, just based on configuration, location, all that. So.
Okay, any other questions or comments from council? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Ryan Joyce, Michael Joyce Properties, 767 Justin Road, Rockwall, Texas, 75087. Awesome. Well, thank you very much for your time this evening and allowing me to come back before y'all with this project. We've put a lot of work in this project over the past 4 months. We've put a lot of work in with the landowner, with our partners, as you'll hear a little bit more tonight, with some other parties throughout this community and throughout this county that really make this project unique to what I'm hopeful is the future path of development in Rockwall County. Just for starters, my wife and I do live in Rockwall County, so this is our backyard. We actually live, most people would probably be driver 9-iron from this project. I'm probably driver 6, 7, and a couple putters away. So the property here you see, so there's 2 pieces of property, or 2 property owners that currently own this property. The property in red is currently owned by the landowner with an investment group that has several family members that have inherited this land over time. And the property you see there in blue is currently owned by the school district. So we've worked with both the school district and the property owner to kind of meld these 2 properties together and really master plan this entire site. And so we're going to walk through tonight, we're going to walk through just some of the changes you heard about in a little bit more detail, but also give you a very detailed project timeline and show you how the project improvements in the major infrastructure kind of come online, which I believe is one of the biggest benefits to the rest of the citizens here in the city of Fate. So you've seen this exhibit before. This is our previous exhibit where we had all 3/4 acre lots. The school sites remained exactly where they were at. We didn't change any of that. And we're going to walk through kind of the changes that we did make, but also more importantly, we're going to walk through the changes that we did not make. Because I think that's very, very pertinent to our conversation tonight as well. So as you heard, all of our lots on the north side of FM 552 have changed all to 1 acre lots. That did cause a fairly significant reduction in our total lot count, reducing our overall density to just over 0.6 units per acre. That's the way the tenths work out is probably about 38% lower than what the zoning district calls for. We are committed to building a portion of Ben Payne Road, so there will be traffic that will be allowed to connect from 552 to the southern terminus, or to the northern terminus of the existing Ben Payne Road in Montera. That will all be built with Phase 1. And so the way our development activities go, we go build all the infrastructure before we're even allowed to pull a permit. So before a house even starts being built, traffic will be able to traverse from 66 up to 552. So we felt like that was a big concern for council at the time, the last time this came through, and so we have committed to making that connection with our Phase 1 improvements. Prince Lane, which is an east-west connection, that's also a very important connection. As you've heard, because of the commitment to the capital outlay and the infrastructure with Phase 1, we've pushed off that eastern connection to Phase 3. But again, that will be before a house is built in Phase 3, you will have that connection east-west. There's also some exciting news a couple of council meetings ago with the county and the city entering into a joint partnership for Ben Payne Road south of 66. And so south of 66, the county, I believe it was just over $10 million they gave to that project, along with some city funds, and that road is going to be improved from 66 down to 30 as well. So a lot of infrastructure improvements going on in this area that not only will benefit this project, but also give residents additional outlays to get to 30 from Fate. So we think that's a great thing. North Smith Road, we did realign that. So our previous plan showed North Smith Road kind of cutting off further to the east and going through some undeveloped property. We have put that back in alignment. So that is in alignment with not only the City of Fate thoroughfare plan, but the Rockwall County thoroughfare, as well as the Collin County thoroughfare plan. Now let's talk a little bit about what we did not change. So as you see here, this is all of our kind of entry monumentation features that are shown on this map. And so we do not change anything about our entry monuments. We do not change anything about our programming. All of that still remains the same. So with the reduction of lots, we didn't change anything about how it's going to look and how it's going to be perceived as you drive into the development. Our trail plan did not change. So there's no reduction in the number of trails. There's no reduction in the size of trails. Everything stays the same as it was previously. Our trail alignments did change slightly just because of the realignment of North Smith Road there on the north side of 552. But other than that, that's the only change to our trail plan. So all of our 8-foot trail, which you see here in purple, which is going to extend from Montera. So any off-site portion of Ben Payne Road that we built will also include 8-foot trail down to Montera. And then we also have 8-foot trail that extends along Prince Lane. So our off-site portion of Prince Lane, east of our property to Miss May Vernon will also have 8-foot trail associated with it as well. The yellow trails you see on here are all 6-foot trails. And then we have kind of some brown colored trails in here, and these are what we call soft trails. So that's more of what you would see in a state park, a hiking trail or something like that. Somewhere for the kids to go ride their bikes, but just more of a soft, passive trail kind of down there by the lake. Our tree corridors, again, did not change. So because of the reduction of lots, we do not try to squeeze some more things. We didn't try to move things around. We really want to preserve this property the best way that we can. So our tree corridors did not change whatsoever. We left all of those the same. And also, more importantly, our landscaping program did not change whatsoever as well. This still maintains the same landscaping program that we had before. Native plants, native grasses, just really drought tolerant, that is going to not put a huge, not consume a lot of water. And it's really interesting as we start to budget these landscape improvements. The initial budget on some of these landscape improvements is very expensive because it's a lot of hand weeding, and you're really trying to get the native grasses to be established. Once they're established, that maintenance number drops by 75%. So again, it's not a lot of water usage with these native plants, these native grasses, and it's really something that's fairly unique to this area that you're not going to see in any other development. It's not a typical divided roadway with 3 trees every 100 feet or something like that. It's very unique. Our builders, again, did not change. So our building partners did not change. You see here, these are representative photos from our building partners. And these do have a variety of materials. So Mr. Robbins, to speak to your question just a little bit in more detail, our architectural control standards are going to are really going to try to push people to use a variety of materials. But what we don't want to use is inferior materials. So all cementous fiberboard type materials as opposed to a traditional like LP lap siding or something like that that's just a coated product. We will require cementous materials. We anticipate brick, we anticipate stone, we anticipate some natural wood products being utilized there as well, maybe even some steel. So just very unique homes as you can see in all of these pictures. Our price point, again, did not change either. So all of these homes we anticipate to be in excess of $1 million. The price of the lots is going to really kind of push that price point up. So while we anticipate them being more than $1 million on your 1 acre lots, you're probably looking in excess of 1.4 to 1.5. The 3/4 acre lots are in reality probably going to be closer to plus 1.2. And then I did want to just kind of show, so we took kind of the densest area that we had on the north side and just kind of measured it out, and you can see that in the yellow lots there. And our densest area up there is still less than 1 lot per acre. Obviously, if we have all 1 acre lots, you can't really fit more than 1 lot per acre there. So as we look at the 3/4 acre lots, some of those areas get a little bit more than 1 acre per lot if you just kind of really narrow down and zoom in. But then also we still show the representative photo from the Wood Creek development, which is a very dense area there where you're looking at 5.75 lots per acre. So we're 80 to 85% less dense than the densest areas in Wood Creek, which I think that really kind of spread things out. It opens things up. It gives it a real nice rural feel as you drive through, and nobody's on top of anybody. If you remember some of the things that Mr. Wells showed, our side yard setbacks exceed the minimums, our front yard setbacks exceed the minimums, our rear yard setbacks exceed the minimums. So we really want this to feel rural. We want it to feel spread out. Mr. Robbins, also another enhanced materials is the fencing requirement. So there'll be no wood fences allowed anywhere. It'll all be open fences if the owners choose to fence their property. So the next thing I wanted to do is just kind of walk through a timeline with you and kind of show you how things are going to develop, how this is going to come on board. I know a lot of people hear 420 lots and they're like, holy cow, it's a lot of houses. But when we look at the timeline, it's really not that many houses as we go through the timeline. So first off with our phase 1, you'll see here, it's these initial lots will be delivered in 2028. And you can see on this exhibit that Ben Road is... Oh, nope. I can't zoom in here. But you can see the Ben Road connection from 552 down to, I can do this. You can see the connection to Ben Payne Road as it comes in. So this is actually the construction activities that will take place with phase 1. So phase 1 is just right around 75 lots. All of our phases are right at about 75 to 80 lots. Just because with this price point, the homes are going to sell slower. It's not going to be 5 or 8 houses a month. You're probably looking at 1, maybe 2 homes a month. So we have smaller phases, all 75 to 80 lots at a time. Then as we look into phase 2, so the big thing that I want to point out in phase 2, if you take Ben Payne due south, you'll see this red line down here, which is the completion of Ben Payne Road from 66 to 30. So we kind of anticipate our phase 2 lots being delivered sometime around 2030. And we also anticipate that Ben Payne connection to be complete by that time as well. So with our phase 2, which again, we have 75 to 80 lots per phase. So after we've completed 150 lots, you'll have a connection from 552 all the way down to 30. At the same time, TxDOT is actually installing an interchange right there at Ben Payne Road. So you'll have an on-ramp, off-ramp, both directions, right there at 30. So that really kind of becomes a very nice entry-exit point for the citizens. With our Phase 3, so you see here on Phase 3, a couple of different things happening. So 552 is going to be widened by TxDOT. And that widening is going all the way from all the way from 205 back to 66. So 552 gets widened. Additionally, Prince Lane also gets installed to Miss May. So you see that on here as well. And so you've got with 3 phases about 225 lots. You've got a wider 552. You've got a Prince Lane connection. You've got Ben Payne South. You've got Ben Payne from 66 to 30. So the infrastructure really opens up at that time, but yet we're still just sitting at about half of our developed lots. Now we'll kind of zoom in a little bit closer just because all of our off-site infrastructure is completed. So when our Phase 4 comes in, you can see that. We've got some additional roadways there around the elementary school to get that site prepped and ready for future expansion by the school district. And then Phase 5, we kind of prep the middle school site there and complete some of the western portions of Ben Payne Road. And then we move on to Phase 6 as we move north of 552. And then Phase 7 kind of finishes us off. So Phase 7, we anticipate to deliver lots sometime around 2040. So that's 14 years from now. And then the homes are going to lag about 2 to 3 years behind that. So final build out, you're looking at sometime around 2042 to 2043. This just kind of condenses that overall timeline just so you can kind of see exactly where we're at. We're a little bit off of our timeline from when we had our zoning approval, but you can see kind of when Phase 1 comes in, when our first homeowners, we anticipate them moving in sometime around the summer of 2029. And then we move into Phase 2, and again, build out is going to exceed out to 2040. So I just wanted to one more time show you kind of the changes that we did. 1 acre lots north of FM 552, realignment of Smith Road, the commitment to build a portion of Ben Payne Road from 552 to Montera with our Phase 1, and then the Prince Lane connection, moving that into Phase 3. So really to kind of summarize this, I really kind of wanted to end with this. Again, we're local. We live here in Rockwall County. My wife and I run our business on a day-to-day basis. We're a small office. We do have financial partners. Terra Manna is our partner with this development, which this will be our 3rd development to work on them with. And they are cut from the same cloth we are. But this project really has been a little bit bigger than just Michael Joyce Properties and Terra Manna. We listen to the community. This is our backyard. And everybody always says, why don't you go talk to the school district? Why don't developers talk to the school district? Well, we're doing that. We're listening to the citizens. We understand that infrastructure is important, so we are talking to the school district to make sure that we are helping them, really, by building infrastructure for them, lifting a burden off of them, but also something that benefits the community. We're also talking to the county. A lot of comments I hear is infrastructure, infrastructure, infrastructure. We've made the commitment to build a road before we put a house on the ground. So I feel like we are listening, we are being good partners, and we are working with all municipal kind of governing authorities there, which just leaves the city of Fate. So I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that you guys have. Again, thank you for your time and thank you for your service to the citizens, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Joyce. Questions or comments from council? Mr. Robbins.
Appreciate the building standards and look forward to seeing those in the development agreement. The trails that you have, extensive trail system through here, from 8 foot, 6 foot down to the gravel base. Who is responsible for maintaining those? Would that be HOA?
All the trails will be owned and maintained by the HOA.
Okay. And then the attachment to Country Lane, that's a pretty old, rough road. Your connection of Prince Lane to North Country Lane?
So we will be paving North Country Lane to the boundary of the property, so to this floodplain area where we make this tie-in right here. This area will remain paved. Mm-hmm. The future connection to FM 549 or 3549 on the north side That will be at a later date. We will not be making that connection.
Do you know about, it's hard to tell on this map, about what distance that is from where you leave off to 3549?
I think it's about 2,500 linear feet.
Okay.
That is it crosses a fairly substantial floodplain area. The school district is retaining the property there along FM 549, but that is probably an elevated aerial roadway crossing to get over there.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Other comments or questions? Ms. Huffman.
I appreciate that you have been listening to people and that you restructured the Ben Payne connection to be something earlier. I think that's beneficial.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Any others? Okay, thank you, Mr. Joyce.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we will open the public hearing for this agenda item. It is now 8:26. Ms. Vicky?
Okay, we have several citizens to speak, first being Lauren Megacy, address 111 Mustang Drive.
Welcome, Mr. Megacy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I want to read something to you. Rural Reserve. Rural Reserve includes a mix of land use such as farming, ranching, and any other agricultural-related services, supporting farmsteads and limited residential estates. Suburban and urban development is prohibited in this place of type. It's coming right out of the comp plan. One of the things that we did when we started annexing property up there is we made a promise to those people up there to keep that rural, not to go up there and put in a bunch of homes and stuff like that. Probably a great development, great developer, but we made a promise to the citizens of Fate. You start opening up a new section up there in the northern part of the city with the new high school in there, you're going to get so much pressure coming down 552 and all those open fields to be developed into single-family lots. You're going to lose that rural feel up there. We're going to have another issue over here on Stodge Hill. There's another big chunk of land up there. Got to be careful what we're doing for bringing in development up there. Keep the subdivisions that we've got close to I-30 so you can maintain that. One of the things up there, anybody who thinks you're going to replace the roads up there for $22 million, there's no way you're going to do that. Look at how much Ben Payne's going to cost. It's going to be $14 to $20 million just for Ben Payne. And you're going to have probably 8 lane miles up there, maybe 10. There's no way you're going to do it for $22 million. The cost is going to be astronomical 20, 30, 40 years from now when you have to replace stuff up there. When you open up those schools, you're going to need more police. You're going to need more fire up there. You're going to probably need a new fire station up on that north side. You're going to need new officers to be able to patrol that area. That area is rural. We need to keep it there. That's what those people moved up there for. We promised them and said, we'll keep the development close down here so that way we could make sure that we can manage that up there. You start opening that up there, you're going to get a lot of other developers coming in there trying to make that single-family homes, and then you're going to have people compromise, make these smaller lots. That's not what we want. Think about what we promised the citizens up there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Megacy.
Okay, next will be Jeff Golzinski, address Sands Lake Addition.
Welcome, Mr. Golzinski.
Thank you. Good evening. So I was here for the first iteration of this project. I live north of 552. As 2 other people have commented earlier, my wife and I made a decision to move to that area specifically because the Forward Fate Plan identified that area as remaining rural. We're on a 3-acre lot. Many of the lots around us are 5+. I know Mr. Joyce has the luxury of living on large acreage. At least one city council member does as well. So you get where I'm coming from. My hope is that I appreciate the developer coming back and changing what they proposed the first time, going from 3/4 to a full acre. The project looks great. I do wish that you guys would hold the ground and say we're gonna stay in line with the Forward Fate Plan. and require larger lots. If that doesn't happen, I understand. My fear is that if you approve this project at 1 acre, again, north of 552, that opens the door. You're approving it at the minimum threshold of acreage. That allows you guys, for the next developer to come in, well, let's do 3/4 of an acre, because it's not that big of a difference. That's what happened the first time here, and it got through the Planning and Zoning Commission without a problem. If it does get approved, my concerns go to infrastructure. North Smith Road is getting a lot of traffic already from the north. As soon as construction starts, that's going to only increase. Maintenance, I want to make sure that there's going to be access throughout the construction. Next is maintenance. There's going to be a lot of heavy equipment. There's going to be dump trucks. There's going to be bulldozers, heavy equipment. I've seen this happen before. Potholes, damaged roads. The developer says, we'll fix it when we're done, because we're just going to have more stuff coming on here. And it never gets fixed. The road needs to be maintained the whole time. And I did notice it looks like that on this proposal, the phase 7 of Smith Road is not touched by the developer at all. They have an entrance and an exit for their development on that very northern part. I think they should commit to finishing out that last part of Smith Road. And then the last thing is, I didn't understand one of the conditions that Mr. Wells pointed out, is that if there are some studies done that require changes to the plan, no approval other than his is required. That seems like a very, very broad approval with a lot of loopholes. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Golzinski.
And next we have Scott Mullen, address 2301 Topper Court.
Welcome, Mr. Mullen.
Thank you. I am not a resident of Fayette. I live 2103 Topper Court in Rockwall. I want to thank you for having me, and thanks for running such a professional council meeting this evening. What I want to tell you is that I've lived in 4 different houses in Rockwall County and finally landed in the Northgate subdivision, which borders on Stodge Hill. And we live in, everyone there is 1 acre to 1.5 acre homes. And when someone hears that you live in the Northgate subdivision, they're like, oh, you live there. Well, being a Rockwall resident, coming here to Fayette to support this development, Fayette is known for Wood Creek. That's what people know Fayette as, in my opinion, because I've come from Rockwall, and that's what people say. If you elect to go with this development, you're going to be known for this new development with $1 million, $1.4 million, $1.5 million homes, and people are going to say, look at what they've done with Fayette. And look what you can buy in Fayette. Look what kind of life you can live in Fayette with those homes. I think that what you've got in front of you is an excellent opportunity. Lived in 4 different houses in Rockwall County. We landed in Northgate, and it's been exactly what our families wanted. So I just wanted to come and support this development. I think you guys have an excellent opportunity in front of you.
Thank you, Mr. Mullen.
Next we have Jerry Harrison, address 2708 Lydia Lane.
Welcome, Mr. Harrison.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'm not sure where I start at. I guess first, I noticed that he posted up there how many were for and against. I think there were 6 responses, for and against. 4 of them were against. I can tell you there's 5 of us sitting over here off Lydia Lane that were all against it. There were 19 against in the first time around 2 months ago. 0 for, 0 neutral. Nobody was for this, so I'm not sure whether the change happened or where the tallies went. But I think it was a lot more than 4 that were against this. We live on Lydia Lane. We are in the northeast corner, south of 552. All the homes in our neighborhood, Lydia Lane, Patricia Lane, and everything east, are minimum 1.5 acre lots. I saw they did some things up in the northern part of north of 552 to increase lot sizes to 1 acre. But backing up to our property, it's still at 3/4 acre. That's not comparable to our homes. Everything I keep hearing is this division is going to be comparable to the homes around it. Well, Wood Creek, yeah, it is comparable. But phase 1 is not anywhere near Wood Creek. It's right at our back door. So I would ask that we look at that, okay? In addition to that, and I brought this up last time, and you and I spoke about it, Mayor, there is a water easement with the North Texas Water District that runs directly behind our property. It's got a 30-foot easement on it. I've seen nothing on the maps showing that easement. There's also 2 water discharges, one right at the corner of 552 and Lydia Lane at the northeast corner, and there's another one at the southern end of Lydia Lane. Those both are discharged into that field, and there are proposed houses where those discharges are. It's going to flood those houses. What's being done to look at that, address that? I've still not heard anything on that. I would really ask that y'all look at this plan. I think it's a great looking development, but look at it, tweak it. It's not right yet. Not for what we were bought into, not for what the people of North Rockwall bought into, not what the mayor had put in previously to have that area as zone rural. And I would just ask y'all to look at that.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison.
And next we have Teresa Bennett, address 2716 Lydia Lane.
Welcome, Ms. Bennett.
My name is Teresa, and my family and I are homeowners who live adjacent to the property affected by this rezoning request on Lydia Lane. I'm here to respectfully ask you to deny the request to rezone this property from agriculture to planned development. When we chose to build our home here over 20 years ago, we did so because this area offered something increasingly difficult to find: a quiet, rural, rural community with open space, rolling hills, natural beauty, and peaceful roads. That wasn't just a real estate decision, it was a decision about how we wanted to live. Our community has already experienced significant change. The new high school, less than a quarter mile from our home, has brought increased traffic, congestion, and noise, and it hadn't even opened yet. We've accepted that growth comes with progress, but these continued proposals go much further. It would replace agricultural land, mature trees, rolling hills, and a beautiful creek corridor with a dense residential development. Once that landscape is cleared and paved, it cannot be restored. The wildlife and the scenic views and the rural character that define this community will be gone permanently. We've been told that million-dollar homes will increase our property values, but that's not why we chose to live here. We invested in this community because we valued peace over profit, open land over crowded subdivisions, and a connection to nature over continuous development. I also want to share something that I heard repeatedly from homeowners as leaving. I also came to the planning committee meeting as well a couple weeks ago. And people often say they're going to do what they want anyway. Whether that's true or not, that perception exists because so many residents feel their voices aren't making a difference. Well, tonight, I ask you to prove that perception wrong. Please take our comments, our concerns, and our lives seriously. The decisions you make today will affect families for decades. They will shape not only this property, but the character of our community for future generations. Once this land is rezoned and developed, there is no going back. Growth is always going to happen, but good planning means recognizing that not every piece of open land must be developed simply because it can be. Responsible planning balances growth with conservation and respects the people who already call this place home. I respectfully ask you to consider not only the economic benefits of this proposal, but also the lasting impact on existing homeowners, the environment, and the character of our community. Please deny this rezoning request and preserve what remains of our country lifestyle that so many of us choose to call home here in Fate. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett.
And next we have Kristen Jebbia, address 2704 Lydia Lane.
I just have a few comments to make because I wasn't really prepared to talk. First off, the developer said it's his backyard. It's actually my backyard. I'm in phase 1. I'm on the corner lot. I have the standpipe. They're starting there. So that's what I get to look at. I will say I have 2 boys that ride dirt bikes. We may not be the kindest neighbors to the new people coming with their $1.5 million homes. My husband's a firefighter for the city of Dallas. You can Google their income. It's very low. I'm a nurse, stay-at-home mom. I work 1 day a week. I homeschool my kids. Our income, I bought my house for $290,000 10 years ago. You put a $1.5 million home behind my house, my property value goes up. I don't think the developer wants to pay my property taxes. Okay, it's gonna push me out of my own home because he wants to put a subdivision there, okay? I didn't buy my house out of my means, the $290,000, I think you guys can agree. And he said he spoke to the people that want the schools and the infrastructure and all those other things. He didn't talk to people on Lydia Lane. He never came to the people on the north side of 552 and said, what do you think about this? So when he says he talked to the people, it's the people that pay for the infrastructure. That's not the homeowners, that's not the people of the city. And then finally, I'm new at all of this, but when I see that the developer is going to pay for city roads to go in, why would city council say no? Why would you vote no? That takes money that you have as a city to put back into other infrastructure because that developer is going to pay. So I understand that's how cities work, but I guess I'm a little ignorant when I sit there and look at that and go, it's just like a drug rep coming to me as a nurse, or if I were a doctor, I would push that drug because this drug rep's gonna give me more money. Seems a little weird. So vote as you wish, but please just remember, there are firefighters and nurses that don't make 1.5 million, and we're trying to raise our kids, do the right thing, and I do feel like I'm gonna get pushed out of my house sooner than my kids will be done being raised because of a development. It is beautiful. I think he has a great idea. I would rather this than a bunch of apartment buildings or gas stations going in behind my house, obviously. But that's all I got.
Thank you.
And there are no others signed up to speak.
Okay. Seeing that, you want to speak, sir? Okay. Come up, and if you'll just tell us who you are and your address, please.
My name's Zach Butler. I live at 9 Crestview Circle, Rockwall, Texas. Also not a Fate resident, but I do live on the border of this property on Stodge Hill. So I will see this on a day-to-day basis. I have done work with this developer personally. I was a part of the Northgate development. Been in real estate in Rockwall County and Rockwall for over 16 years. And I was born and raised in Rockwall. So very familiar with the area, what's grown and what it's turned into over the years. And I understand all the concerns on traffic, and I understand the concerns on lot sizes. I see it every day on what people ask for, where they want to live, what they want to buy, and this product is exactly what people are looking for, especially in Fate. Most people, like Scott mentioned earlier, when you say you live in Fate, Texas, postage stamp lots and master plan communities are what people think of, and this is the opposite of that. It is a big community, but it's low density, big lots, and that's what people want. Like I said, I've done work with the developer before, and all of their projects and things, you can drive around and look at them, they're all beautiful. He lives here, he's a member here, he's not from Dallas trying to change everything out here and go back to the big city. So I support it, and I hope y'all do too.
Thank you. Okay, seeing as there are no other people wishing to speak on this, we will close the public hearing at 8:45 p.m. And so our next next part of the agenda. Do I have a motion?
Got a couple quick questions. I just want to answer some comments. Ryan, when you say that you have administrative approval for changes based upon studies that come back, what is the limit? Ryan? I'm sorry, Mr. Wells.
Yeah, so, for example, this isn't just like a carte blanche to completely change. If a PD is approved, it comes with this concept plan. And what ultimately gets designed and platted needs to align with this concept plan. However, when they come in and design the roads and look at the alignment of Ben Payne to get down to Montera, there may be a little shift in the roadway. Well, that's going to affect maybe what side of the road the lot is. Or when they come in and design some of the trails or refine the floodplain boundaries and the open space designs, that might shift, the boundary of a lot a little bit, but it's not going to result in a wholesale redesign of this entire project. I am going to be bound in my administration of this plan development by this concept plan, and it's my professional responsibility to do that. So it doesn't negate what y'all would be approving tonight and then just allow me to administratively change everything. It's just responding to the realities of refinement of the design by professional engineers and whatnot to get to the point where it's a buildable development.
And if the changes to the connections of the roads, if that should require a lot to fall below 3/4 of an acre because curves, increased easements, whatever, what would be the?
There would be no allowance for that.
So they would just become?
The minimum lot sizes will remain 3/4 and 1 acre. And if a lot falls below it, they'll either have to fudge the other lots to maintain that 3/4 acre minimum lot size, or they lose a lot and it turns into open space.
Open space, or they would get absorbed by
Yeah,
neighboring
or
lots?
it's, absorbed by another lot, and that lot gets bigger, or a couple lots get bigger. That's how it works during that platting process, which, of course, the plat is the legal document that establishes the lot of record.
Mr. Joyce, could you answer the question about North Smith Road? What parts of that would be included with this development as opposed to just entrances and exits?
Yeah, can we go back to the, perfect. So we have one tie-in to North Smith Road, kind of on the north side of Phase 6. This road right here, it straddles, so this property line goes to the center of the existing North Smith Road. The properties on the east side of North Smith Road, their property line also goes to the center of North Smith Road. So there's no right-of-way. There's only a partial amount of right-of-way, which we'll be dedicating, but the other half of the right-of-way is not available to us because it's owned by several individuals. There's also several houses that are fairly close to that roadway. Given that we have one point of access, really kind of probably our break point on where people are going to ingress and egress into the neighborhood is probably somewhere around right here. Everybody kind of south of this will probably just go south. This one street and kind of this cul-de-sac, there's probably about 15 houses that would actually access that North Smith Road portion that will be, that won't be improved. Everything south of this tie-in point here will be improved. Mr. Kolinsky's comments about the condition of North Smith Road and kind of how that works. I mean, we understand that traffic has to be able to traverse North Smith Road. Our intention is to build, because really the improved lanes of North Smith Road don't actually touch the existing North Smith Road. So we'll be able to build those while leaving existing North Smith Road in service, make that connection point, and then transition the traffic over to the new portion of the road. As far as the portion of road that's being untouched, we really don't have any need for equipment to access that portion of the road. Obviously, we want to be good neighbors. We want to be good partners. We have a responsibility to make sure that traffic can safely traverse those roads.
And then the North Texas water easement that comes through from the north.
Yes, so we are aware that there's a North Texas waterline easement that runs along the eastern boundary of our property. It's a 30-foot easement. It is shown on our survey. Those discharge points are shown on our survey. Those are things that you'll see in platting. But that 30-foot easement, we don't have the ability to do anything with that easement, so that will remain intact. Additionally, we don't have the ability to fence over that easement, so any lot fences will only be allowed to go up to the boundary of that easement.
Okay, I guess this is more of a question for Michael, but the state legislature, as far as SB 840 and SB 15, where they start to strip away some of our zoning abilities. From the last couple of weekends down there, I heard that that might have some more traction this session.
Yes, you kind of never know what the state legislature is going to do. We do know, and we've got some updated information from the Texas Municipal League, that a lot of the same bills that we saw last year are coming back. There's a big, in fact, I think I saw an article today, the governor was blaming cities for housing affordability issues. So we are definitely going to get a lot of pressure to do something different as far as what we do and the state making us do various things. So that's always a gamble when you look at the comprehensive plan. You're like, well, we'd like to keep it all rural. That's, fight to the last man sort of thing. But at the same time, you also have to think like, okay, what if that bill passes and it turns everything into 4,000 square foot lots? That's also, it's not something that we should actively. It's not like we throw away our plan because of that.
Right.
But you also have to keep in mind that is a possibility that.
I don't want to operate out of fear of something that
Right,
may or may not
right.
happen.
But it's also good to know that someone else may have plans for us.
This whole development's a single landowner at this point. Is that correct?
It is a single ownership group. Oh, there's two ownership groups. So the school district is an ownership group, and then you have BJJ Investments, which is made up of 14 individuals that have inherited the property over the years. The BJJ Investments group, they are ready to sell. And so luckily, we were able to get the property under contract. We just talked with the school district to work with them on master planning their sites, but they are ready to sell the property. Again, we're a small group. We try to do the best we can with the city. We're not a large development company. We're not a litigious development company, but the owners are ready to sell the property. So what happens from here, there's no telling, but we feel like we brought forward a pretty good proposal to you guys.
Yeah, it is a departure from our 5-acre lots that we have in our comprehensive plan, and I don't like operating out of fear of what may not happen. But I sure would hate for something terrible to happen this next session. I'm kind of wrestling with that, so thank you.
Mr. Manifold.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood about the easement issue that Mr. Harrison brought up, and this might be a question for the other Ryan. I just want to make sure, are those just easements for access to the utility, or does it actually have to do with drainage?
There's a 30, I believe it's a 36-inch North Texas municipal water line that runs in a 30-foot easement that we are not allowed to touch. That is an easement that comes with the property. We cannot build anything in that easement. We cannot do anything in that easement. That easement is basically vacant land.
I see.
North Texas barely will let you cross their easement with a roadway. They will not allow you to irrigate in their easement. They will sometimes allow you to put a sidewalk on their easement, but they are very particular about their easements. And we have worked extensively with North Texas in and around the Rockwall area, as well as Levon and McKinney. So we're very well versed in what they will and will not let you do.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Joyce? Mr. Wells?
I did, forgive me, but I did want to make a clarification on a comment that Mr. Robbins has made related to a 5-acre lot size in the comprehensive plan. I will remind that in the comprehensive plan, there are 2 zoning districts that are compatible with the railroad reserve place type. It's the agricultural, which is a 5-acre minimum lot size, and the residential estate, which is a 1-acre minimum lot size. And that residential estate is what is providing that compatibility with the proposed plan development.
Stand corrected. Thank you for clarifying.
Mr. Hatley.
I was going to ask, you mentioned that your client was interested in selling the property. Does that mean he's going to sell this if this were denied tonight?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I'm sorry, I thought I heard you say that you guys were interested in selling the properties as a whole if it were not to pass tonight.
Oh, no, sir. So we don't currently own the property.
Okay.
The property is currently owned by the Rockwall Independent School District and BJJ Investments. But there have been several groups that have approached BJJ Investments about trying to purchase this property and do various types of residential housing on it. We finally got them over the finish line with what we showed them and the product that we showed them that we wanted to do and how we wanted to develop the property. So they're ready to sell it now. I'm not saying anything will trade hands in the future, but we are hopeful that the zoning case passes and that we're able to purchase the property. If the zoning case does not pass, we will not be purchasing the property, and they may be approached by others to purchase the property.
Would you anticipate any of that being multifamily?
Obviously, by our plan and our PD, we don't have any multifamily. The property does not have sewer access to it. It is located within the City of Fate's sewer CCN, but there's no sewer availability to it. So there's no telling what could happen in the future. I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, thank you, Mr. Joyce.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, do I have a motion? As I do not have a motion,
I'd like to make a motion that we pass ordinance O-206-051.
do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, please vote. The motion fails 3-3 with Mr. Councilman Robbins, Mayor Greenberg, and Councilman Hatley voting no. Okay, Ms. Vicky, next agenda item, please.
Next is 7D. This is an application for approval of a zoning change request from agriculture to residential urban density 4 for future townhome development. First, staff summary, followed by applicant presentation, public hearing, and consider action on ordinance O-2026-052.
All right, Mr. Mayor and Council, this is a staff presentation for the Crawford Townhomes project. This is project ZR 26004. So this is a requested zoning change for a straight zoning, which is basically just changing from one zoning district to a different zoning district. The requested zoning change is from the current zoning of agriculture to the R4 residential urban density 4 zoning district. And this is to support a townhome development project for our downtown. So the property address is 205 South W.E. Crawford Avenue. It's on the northwest corner of Crawford and Dogwood. It's a single lot totaling 0.66 acres, and it's currently zoned agriculture. The property is currently vacant. There was a home that was on there, but it was demolished recently to pave way for future development. Here are some renderings of a kind of a conceptual level rendering of the proposed development. It shows 12 townhome lots on the single lot with a single point of access on Dogwood Trail at the western end of the lot. For a zoning change, again, this is a straight zoning change, so we don't have plan development standards, we don't have a concept plan. None of that really applies. Straight zoning is basically if you're supporting or denying the change from one zoning district to another, both of which are reflected in our Unified Development Ordinance. So the three criteria are as follows. First, whether it's compatible with the comprehensive plan and other adopted plans. So the current comprehensive plan shows this property as the dynamic neighborhood place type. You can see that the kind of magenta color is there, and the yellow square delineates the subject property. For the dynamic neighborhood place type, it supports neighborhoods that have a variety of residential housing types at medium to high densities, including single and multi-family dwelling types, neighborhood retail, and other uses. For the representative zoning districts for the dynamic neighborhood place type, the residential urban R4 district is one of the representative zoning districts, so that would be a compatible zoning district for the comprehensive plan. Within the comprehensive plan, there are also a number of different strategies that we are tasked to employ. Strategy Distinctive Identity 2.4 states that we should allow for attached single-family, townhomes, and other lifestyle housing within areas identified as mixed-use and dynamic neighborhood place types. Moving on to criterion B, the character of the surrounding neighborhood. You can see here that most of our downtown is still zoned agriculture, a little bit of a legacy condition, and most of those lots are either vacant or have single-family homes. Again, the future land use plan for the whole downtown area is either dynamic neighborhood or Old Town Core, which suggests that over time there will be an evolution of that agricultural dominant downtown to one that has a more intensive development pattern. So rezoning of this property would be expected to be one of many rezoning requests that would happen over a long period of time, as this property is located on a major corridor and located between Lafayette Crossing and the core of downtown just to the north. And this reflects a different approach to zoning a downtown, which is currently predominantly zoned agriculture. We've had proposed larger scale zoning changes for the downtown in the past. Those were denied in all cases by council, and the direction that staff had was to proceed with property by property zoning changes basically submitted by applicants rather than, in one case, a proactive downtown-wide zoning change that had been denied some years ago. And so that's why we're processing a single lot zoning change today. Factors required are allowed by Texas law and case law. There are no specific cases outside of those that govern public notice and process to cite on this case. So for this zoning change, we did run a fiscal analysis. Based on information provided by the applicant and publicly available information, the project market value is estimated to be about just shy of $3.2 million. Year one build-out contribution in the form of property taxes, online sales taxes, and franchise fees is about $8,000. The public road replacement cost is $75,000, and that reflects the half-street replacement on Dogwood. FM 551/Crawford is a state roadway, and so we wouldn't be responsible for the replacement cost. And that annual public road cost is about $1,800. For the per unit method, just to kind of jump down to the revenue to cost ratios, that is 0.54 to 1 or 0.48 to 1 when looking at that road depreciation. Under the proportionate area method, which tends to favor smaller, more intensive development patterns, you see a revenue to cost ratio of 4.85 or 2.29 to 1, which suggests that for every dollar that we spend serving the project, we would receive between $2.50 and $5 in return from those revenue sources. We published a newspaper notice for this zoning change. There's a sign on the property, and we mailed public notices to all property owners within 200 feet, resulting in 14 mailed notices being sent. As of this afternoon, we've received no written responses for this request, either for or against. At their last public hearing, the Planning and Zoning Commission provided a recommendation of 5 to 1 with one member absent. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Questions from council? Mr. Rob?
Not so much a question, but an observation. As far as the proximity of the other lots around this proposal, I could only find 2 homesteaded properties. JCK or other corporations own most of the properties around this.
Right, especially along Elmhurst.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You said that the Dogwood Trail being only responsible for half a road there?
Well, that's just how we calculate the road replacement, because it was assumed that the revenue from the property to the south would cover the other half. So it's just a matter of math. It's not actually any physical work being done. It's the proportionate responsibility for the roads, the road costs related to the property, and whether it's a collector road or a local road, just, yeah.
And are they planning on improving Dogwood Trail at all?
I don't expect that we would require them to do specific improvements to Dogwood in isolation, just because there are bar ditches along the roadway. Dogwood Trail needs to be upgraded, and just to do that little half-street section would not really function well. We would expect them to, of course, contribute to their roadway impact fees. And we already are working on a downtown redevelopment plan that encompasses Elmhurst, Dogwood in phases. And it just works a lot better to do it more holistically rather than, a little quarter of a street improvement where you have to transition from a bar ditch to a pipe to a bar ditch again. It just makes it very challenging.
The 551, at some point, is going to get widened and redone. Does this account for?
Yes.
That under the latest engineering?
Yeah, in this specific area of 551, there is not a lot of encroachment of the ultimate right-of-way into the existing properties. It stays a pretty tight, ultimate right-of-way. And so this property doesn't really lose much of any property to takings with regard to the 551 widening.
And are these going to be individually owned, or do we know?
It's still a little up in the air. At the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, the applicant did indicate that they had priced it out for ownership, in which case it would have to be kind of condo platted, because there's such a small area, be in their attached products, so you condo basically the interior of the lot, and then there's a shared ownership and responsibility for the exterior of the building.
And so all 12 units would be responsible for their own parking lot, et cetera?
Yeah, there's no really area for on-street parking on Dogwood right now, and so it would all have to be supported with off-street parking. Each of the units has a garage. There is a shared area where there would be some striping for visitor parking, but it is admittedly a little bit tight on that.
Is there a maximum height allowed?
I'm sorry?
A maximum height?
The maximum height for the R4 zoning district is 3 stories, or 30 feet to the top and 45 feet to the eave.
Okay. The picture they show here doesn't show any bar ditches. There are currently bar ditches all around that property.
Yes.
And so they're planning on, I guess, I know that these roads, the Dogwood and Crawford are a lot higher than they should be because of the constant overlayment. That's why the bar ditches are so deep. How does that going to work?
Well, this is okay. A couple things. First off, this is early concept, and generally, when we do straight zoning, it shouldn't be based on the project itself. It is whether the zoning is compatible with the comprehensive plan. We'd have to work out some of those details if the zoning gets approved, and then work with our public works department, building department to see how that tie-in would take place. I don't expect that they would have to do a complete repaving of Dogwood to support 12 townhome units. I think the bar ditch is an impediment to doing a lot of frontage improvements, so it would mostly be contained to the on-site improvement area, and the frontage improvements and all that would come as part of the overall package that we're trying to do with the downtown redevelopments.
I noticed that when they demoed that property, that there was a substantial amount of flooding with the last amount of rain that we had. At what point does that come into play as far as how that impacts the surrounding neighborhoods?
Sure. So with the site development design, then they're going to have to look at their impervious surface, do their stormwater calculations, and see if they need to detain. We have all of those standards in our adopted design and construction standards document. And so if they create enough impervious surface to affect the stormwater flows, they'll have to detain that.
Where? It's a small lot.
It is a small lot, yes, sir.
So this whole thing could just blow up and could go nowhere at some point because of concerns of that nature?
Well, the challenge is it's difficult to zone a downtown with small lots, lot by lot. And so you have to start somewhere.
Yeah.
When we were proposing a more holistic downtown-wide rezoning, there was some community resistance, which resulted, I think, in the denial of that downtown-wide rezoning. So this person owns the property, they bought the property, they demoed the house, they want to develop it with something that's compatible with the downtown district. Our city engineer, our public works director, our building official will all be part of the design review process. They may lose a lot or two. I mean, right now they want to do 12, but if they only end up getting to do 10 because of the site constraints, well, that's a decision that they'll have to make. Otherwise, there would be a lot that is zone R4, which is, again, compatible with the downtown district, and a different design would have to, come forward compatible with the R4 zoning.
What other options with the R4 zoning could be put there besides townhomes?
You could do multifamily, you can do, I'll have to look it up real quickly.
Yeah, while Ryan's looking at that.
Yeah, go ahead.
We've also talked about some way to do regional detention rather than lot by lot detention, because you want the economy of scale of zero lot line as much as you can get it and maximum value. And so you'd have a regional detention at some point built into your stormwater plan. And so holistically, better way to approach downtown as a big rezoning, approach the capital plan as far as stormwater and roads, and then gradually march south with your roadway. That, of course, would be a multi-year plan. But lot by lot, this is kind of an experiment to see how lot by lot, if it gets approved, and how it would work, and how would it look like, and what would the stormwater issue. So we're kind of in a different approach at this point. But it could be successful, and it may not, it may not be that bad.
Councilmember Robbins, the allowed uses in table 4.1-1 for the R4 zoning district include duplexes, townhomes, live-work dwellings, multifamily, vertical mixed use, assisted living facility, boarding house. Those are the residential uses. Religious institutions, farmers market, community garden, that kind of stuff. It is predominantly just a residential zoning district, so you're not going to have a lot of the commercial, uses in there. It does allow for a nursery and preschool, different types of schools, but that's really about it. As I'm going down the list, there's a lot of empty boxes which indicate that those uses aren't allowed. So it is predominantly a medium to higher density zoning classification.
Thank you.
Ryan, did they mention the price point for the townhome?
I think he said
the target.
I think he said about 250,000 to 300,000 for the townhome.
How many square feet does that get you?
I wish you were here to answer that question. I don't recall. Paul, do you recall the square footage of each
Square
unit?
footage?
Was it like 2,000?
2,000?
Yeah, I think it was about 2,000.
It looks like about
two-story. He's showing two-story
2,000.
product. That's what he said he desires to build. About 2,000 square feet each unit.
And they could build single-family homes here too, couldn't they?
No, sir. The R4 district does not allow for single-family detached. It allows for duplexes and other kind of what we call middle housing, but it excludes single-family detached as an allowed use.
Okay, but it's agriculture now, isn't it?
Right now, it's agriculture, yes. So if in the absence of a zoning change, single-family is always allowed in agriculture.
Right.
Oh, man, yeah, that's kind of creepy.
But they'd still be restricted to four dwelling units per lot.
I'm sorry, that?
The R4 is multifamily would be anything more than 4
Well, there's
dwelling
two
units.
classifications of multifamily. There's the less than 4 dwelling units per lot And then there's a more than 4 dwelling units per lot. Both of those are allowed in the R4 zoning district. But remember, this is 0.66 acres. You're not going to get any multifamily on that size of a lot. You'd have to have a lot consolidation or
Very small
something like
it's
that.
very small incremental, little lot, okay.
I mean, you could maybe do a triplex or a quadplex or something, but you're not going to get like any garden style type of multifamily here.
Thank you.
Ryan, they did mention in their presentation in P&Z 1,800 to 2,200 square
Okay,
feet.
so 2,000 average, there we go. Thank you.
Is there any restriction or any building materials that are called for? What I see in this picture looks like unfinished.
Something you'd see in the
wood.
Pacific Northwest, probably.
Not
yeah,
here.
We don't regulate building materials in the Unified Development Ordinance. We're prohibited from doing that by state law. So again, this is just conceptual. We don't actually even require any imagery of the proposed use when it's a straight zoning request. At the P&Z, they did ask for something, and I had indicated that they probably would, so he had to generate this, but I would say that this is very preliminary, and I wouldn't put any credence on the building materials.
So it could end up being something a lot nicer, or?
Oh, certainly, yeah.
Okay. Because I know the term, this was described as affordable luxury.
Yes, sir.
And I looked at that and I thought affordable.
His words.
Yeah, that was my word
Yeah.
when I looked at the picture. All right.
Ms. Huffman?
So you mentioned, we don't know for sure if they're individually owned or if they're sort of a managed.
If there would be a rental, yeah, that would not be dictated by a zoning approval.
Because there's common area here that you wonder who would maintain that. But
Yeah, so if it were individually owned units, again, there'd be a condo, so there'd be a condo association that would be responsible for the shared maintenance areas. If it's a rental product, then of course the rental company would be responsible for those shared maintenance. So in both cases, there's a mechanism to take care of the shared areas. It just depends on what it ultimately is.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Raines?
Okay, so just to confirm my understanding, we are voting today on changing the zoning. We have a hypothetical project in front of us, nothing definitive that may fall apart and not be approved, but the zoning is changed and there is no coming back from that. But the zoning being requested matches our comprehensive plan.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, the approval of zoning does not commit anything. There's no guarantee it's a townhome. I just want to be very clear about that. It's a change from A to R4. That's the only output from this action.
Any other comments? Mr. Robbins?
Wasn't there supposed to be a dentist office catty-cornered across the street at one point?
Yes, there was. There was we approved the site plan, we approved the elevation.
So that's already zoned like commercial?
Yeah, that's actually zoned, I think it's neighborhood commercial.
Neighborhood commercial? And then across the street is the old church that JCK owns those two properties over there.
Yeah, 3 parcels over there.
And like, there's only two other homesteaded lots even remotely close to this thing. The rest of them are either rental or land banking or something of that nature?
I mean, this represents what we expect to happen in our downtown, that at some point there's going to be an evolution into something that kind of supports and is supported by the investments that the city has made on Fate, Main and Green Hill and that kind of downtown core. That's going to slowly and organically grow, and I don't think should be expected that you're going to maintain a very sparsely developed, increasingly aging downtown area that's zoned agriculture. I mean, you can intentionally do that as a council, you can intentionally keep it that way, but I don't think that really reflects the vision that has been expressed to us as staff on what we want our downtown to be. And so these are the types of actions that kind of move us in that direction.
Thank you.
Ms. Raines?
Is there an alternative zoning that would still allow similar use for what we're envisioning for our downtown area that maybe leaves a little bit more room for potential future use?
Sure. So the next closest zoning district is R3. which residential urban density 3. There are a couple of different standards as far as your setbacks, your density, things like that. That does allow townhouses outright. It also allows, it doesn't allow multifamily except less than 4 dwelling units per lot or fewer with a special use permit. So it basically, it's that transition from a single family area, because it allows single family as well. So it transition from single family area to a more dense kind of, higher intensity development that allows for a greater variety of non-single family housing types. That's that R3.
Mr. Manable.
Thank you. I probably could have gotten out and walked, but I drove by this a couple of times, and I didn't want to pull on the property because of the demolition and protection of my own tires. I just looked at it, and I just couldn't envision. There is a lot of growth on the property, but I've just had a hard time envisioning 12 dwellings put onto this lot. And I know we've heard, there was a town hall last week in which someone brought up the Richland Plaza development that doesn't seem to be up for any awards from the citizens or anybody. And it just the layout of it, I saw, one building and then another building and then it actually almost reminded me of the layout of that, but like in even tighter space. And it just
well, again, the ultimate build out of the site is going to be reliant on much deeper analysis and design. It's a little bit of a chicken and the egg. How much money and time do you want to put into designing a property that you don't even know if you're going to get zoning on? Crenshaw, because it was a planned development, incredible amount of money and time was put into designing that project before it came to you for final vote. For a straight zoning, our submittal standards are much less, and so you don't have to design the whole project and then bring it and say, hey, do you like this project or not? It's really about the compatibility of the zoning district to the comprehensive plan.
So at what point would we see something and have a say on whether it goes or not?
So if you were to approve the R4 zoning for this property, every subsequent step other than platting, and I don't even know if the platting is required in this case, I don't think it is, would just be administrative. So the site plan would be reviewed by planning staff and building staff. The building permits would go through the building department. Essentially, this is your yes or no vote on developing this site beyond what's allowed in the agricultural zoning district. And that's how straight zoning works.
So we wouldn't really have a say?
No, sir.
They could put 12 or 8 or...
Right. It would be subject to the constraints of the site, the standards in the zoning district. So, if they have to have a setback, they have to set their buildings back, a certain distance, things like that.
Thanks.
Okay, any others? Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. The applicant is not here.
Okay, that's what I was just about to ask. So the applicant is not here, so we'll move on to the public hearing portion. It is 9:24. We'll open up the public hearing. Ms. Vicky, do we have anybody who wishes to speak on this item?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The first being Matt Dearborn, address 135 Stevenson Drive.
Welcome back, Mr. Dearborn.
Well, hello again. I'm still Matt Dearborn at 135 Stevenson Drive. I am in opposition to this parcel being rezoned. And to be honest with you, there's so many unknowns about it, I'm not even sure which one to bring up. But in particular, what concerns me the most is that there are so many unknowns that just by rezoning it, you give complete control over to whoever owns the property to put up whatever they want. And money's not patient, so they may put up something that we don't want just so that they can go ahead and turn and burn and get cash. Well, that doesn't really add to the character of the downtown. And I was one that brought up the Richland Plaza as an example of like, how in the world did that get built? I mean, I'm not saying it's the ugliest building in the world, but if the ugliest building in the world was demolished, it is definitely in the running for a gold medal. So I think we need to be very, very careful about approving the zoning when we don't have the mechanisms in place that can control and protect the character of downtown that we want. Because if we put up more and more buildings that don't represent the will of the city, we are going to destroy any chance there is to build a character in downtown Fate. So I respectfully request that the council deny the approval, and hopefully there's more information that comes back in the resubmittal for approval that actually does kind of add to the character of the downtown. I'm not totally against townhomes, but townhomes have a place in every city, and they're usually around a thriving economic downtown, and we are just in the infancy of seeing businesses come back. And maybe we ought to focus on that first before trying to squeeze high-density multifamily into a downtown, or at least create some parking so that we can actually patron the businesses that are currently downtown. That's all I got. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
There are no others that wanted to speak. However, Monica Laborde, address 209 Vernon Drive, wanted it on the record that she is opposed to this item.
Okay, thank you. Welcome.
Hi, Stephanie Adams, 566 McKinney Trail. I wasn't planning to speak, but I saw the rendering, I guess, of the example of the townhome. So it's not up right now, but if it resembles anything like that, you have to think about parking. I mean, because there was no designated parking area. If there was a fire, you'd have to think about how does a fire truck get in there when you have multiple spaces. 0.6 or 6/6 of an acre is not a lot of land. So all of those things have to be taken into consideration. My only concern is if you change the zoning and then you don't have any say moving forward, then these are things that you have to think about today. So it's not back up there, but on the picture that he put up, it was concerning that if you had a guest, where would they park? Would they park behind your garage? If there was a fire at the unit next door, how does a fire truck get in there? So just some things to think about.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Okay, seeing as there are no additional people who wish to speak on this agenda item, we will close the, you're not wanting, Mr. Hadley, are you wanting to?
No.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
I know.
We will close the public hearing at 9:28 p.m. Do I have a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion. We deny ordinance number 0-2026-052.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to deny this ordinance. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, please vote. So remember, this is a motion to deny. A vote for yes will deny this zoning change. That is correct. The motion passes 6-0 to deny this zoning change. All right, thank you. Ms. Vicky, next agenda item, please.
Next is item 8, Mayor, Council, and City Manager reports.
Okay, Ms. Raines, you want to kick us off?
Yep, I will thank city staff, personnel, all of our departments, all you guys for faithfully serving our city and its residents. And as we're wrapping up summer, I hope all of the kids have a good return to school, and I would encourage parents to leave a few minutes earlier, watch for the school zones and the crossing guards, and just be mindful. Thank you.
Mr. Robbins.
School is about to start. Everybody needs to start paying attention to the kids getting in and out of school on the bikes, on the e-bikes, on the scooters, on the whatever else they come up with next. Was gone for the first week of July with my mom for her birthday, and we had a wonderful time for the entire week. And appreciate fire and police and all of our other city services, parks, buildings, infrastructure, everything else that we do. We have a police and fire association in Fate now. You all should get out there and on Facebook and learn more about them. There's some great information about what their function is. And that's it. Thank you.
Mr. Manival.
Well, I think I want to thank the staff and especially Ryan and Planning and Zoning for all the effort they put into these zoning requests. And the effort that goes into it makes them so understandable, and I hope they don't feel too beat down tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Hatley.
Oh, I've got several people to thank. And number one, I'd like to congratulate the Fate Cowboys Youth Football Organization. And I'd like to thank, too, I don't think I get enough credit, it's the coaches that volunteer to teach the kids. A lot of dads and things like that don't jump out to go volunteer to do that. Sometimes it's a thankless job. It's a job you don't get paid for, but it's something you give back, and you get to live vicariously through them. I've actually coached, and got to take myself back when I was much thinner and much more athletic. We'll say that. But I'd also like to congratulate new Chief John Taylor for being congratulations, and I know you're going to do a great job. Thank all the DPS. For the great job that they do, and the Service Award winner, Billy Walker, as well. So thank you very much, and thank you to the city staff for putting all this together. I mean, this is a lot of work that goes into it. When I hit the and I look at the supporting documents under each of those PDFs, there's an awful lot of work in there. So I'd like to thank you all very much for the detailed work. Thank you.
Ms. Huffman.
Well, I'm going to take us all the way back to the 4th of July, because I didn't have a chance to thank people for helping out on the float. And I was reminded when Mr. Walker came up and was in front of us, because he was super nice when we were putting the float together in the shed over there in the Parks Department. And it was fun meeting him and some of his crew. And I also want to point out, as we're talking about comprehensive plan, there are some fantastic maps on the website. I love going to those interactive maps, and you can see projects and zoning and get an idea of what's going on all around the city. And that segues me into, I will be participating in the Polynesian party on the patio. And I'll be one of the representatives who's there to ask people to talk about your ideas for the comprehensive plan. So come on out on Saturday night and let us know what you think about that.
All right, sounds good. Yes, again, congratulations to Chief Taylor. That's remarkable. Happy to have you as our chief now. And also, I know that many have left after each agenda item takes place, but for the public that come out and speak to your council, that's a great way to let not just let your voice be heard. That's kind of a cliche saying we hear in government, but it really does shape our perspective. I can't tell you how many times I've thought one way about something, and a few people will speak on it, and it might introduce me to a thought that I would have never even considered. And so a lot of people say be involved in government, and a lot of people focus on the national level and even state level. Very, very little focus comes to the local level, but I hope that a meeting like tonight serves to show just how important local government can be. Shapes exactly where we live, what we approve, what we don't approve, what the future is going to look like for our great city. So thank you to everybody who was involved tonight in that. And that's what I've got, Mr. Kovacs.
Yes, sir. Just a reminder, we have a meeting next Monday night on the 10th. We will be distributing the budget actually tomorrow. We were hoping for tonight, but we've got some last minute utility fund things we're going to try and align. So we should have that to you tomorrow. So we'll be publishing the meeting for the 10th tomorrow and distributing the budget. Then, of course, we're back on our regular schedule for August, so we do have another council meeting on the 17th. And then a quick congratulations to the City of Fate. This is kind of complicated, but I'll be quick. Merit Investor Tools, financial firm, did a study on infrastructure and capital assets commitment burdens and trying to quantify the hidden financial risks. So we talk about this when we talked about things like Crenshaw and the different planning. We'll talk about how much the roads cost. We've talked about this before. And interestingly, we didn't even know that we were in this study, but they studied 2,000 municipalities, and they went to populations even our size, and just over 30,000. And we, based on this index, scored 4th in the United States for the percentile risk, basically most likely to replace, kind of like, like when you're talking about the folks that like who's going to be most famous or whatever, when you're talking about your high school, who's going to be the most successful. This is kind of the most likely to replace your roads one day. So we actually, for you road and planning geeks, we scored 4th in the nation. And also congrats to the city of Salina. They scored number 1 in their population category. So we scored number 4 in our population category. It was under 50,000. And we actually did score a little higher than Salina. So best in Texas for our size, relatively. So anyway, that's just a testament. So congrats to the City of Fate. And of course, we've got to keep that going. We do smart things to be able to replace our roads one day.
Very nice, thank you. All right, Ms. Vicky, next agenda item, please.
Next, we'll move to Agenda Item 9, Executive Session in accordance with Texas Government Code, Section 551.001. The City Council will recess into executive session, closed meeting to discuss the following. 9B, in accordance with Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with Attorney 1, pending threatened litigation claim filed by Lyle Lombard settlement.
Before we go into executive session, could Mr. Attorney, or even people on council, there's been several accusations thrown about a relationship with council members and the person who's threatening litigation, and whether it's appropriate to have, whether there should be people recused from deciding things or not based upon those or that relationship, just from eyewitness sightings at the last town hall about conversations with people who were possibly suing the city. I don't know what to do with that information. I wasn't there, I didn't witness it, but it's been brought up 5 or 6 times to me in this past week after the agenda was posted about this item. Put you on the spot on your first day.
Well, I thank you for the question, but I'm not sure what it is. What question are you asking me today in terms of what you'd like me to?
Well, if personal relationships with someone who's suing the city, should those people be involved in deciding this litigation or a settlement if there is one?
So there are certain thresholds that have to be reached before a legal conflict of interest arises, and that there's some statutory barrier saying that there's a relationship between somebody who's sitting on the governing body or as a judge sitting in a case or adjudicating over something, and the people that are before them to be decided upon. In this instance, the mere existence of a personal relationship between a member of the governing body and the person who might be involved is not in and of itself going to be enough to rise to the level of a legal conflict of interest that would prohibit a city council member from taking valid action on the item or require a recusal. The standards would have to be a family relationship. Those would typically do it. Bonds of consanguinity, which is a fancy way of saying blood relationships, or relationships that are by affinity through marriage. There's a chart, there's a certain amount of degrees of relationship that you can't have and still preside over it. And then there's conflicts of interest that arise on statutory basis based on substantial business interests, if you have a financial stake in the outcome of what's going on. For example, if one of the members of the council was a 10% owner in a business that had a pending settlement with the city, well, if you have more than a 10% ownership stake in the person that you're doing business with, you can't participate in that. If you got more than 10% of your income from somebody who was the subject of a settlement. So if one of the members of the council had a business relationship with the subject matter of tonight's settlement that provided them more than 10% of their annual income, that would by itself raise to a conflict that would require them to recuse. But I'm aware of certainly no information that I have about any of the subject matter here tonight that would indicate that any member of this body would be required to recuse from this. I would have to defer to the insurance league's assigned counsel to the case to comment on it further, but I don't believe that there's any item that would require any member of the body to recuse, so far as I'm aware of.
Great, thank you for clarifying for the public.
Anything else? Okay, we will recess into executive session at 9:41. Thank you. Hey, it is now 10, we ended executive session at 10:38, and so now at 10:39, we will reconvene into regular session. Ms. Vicky,
Will any action be taken on 9B1?
do I have a motion?
We didn't have a written down motion.
Did somebody?
I'll say something, see if this works. I make a motion that we vote to approve the settlement as presented in our executive session.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please vote. The motion passes 4 yeses with 2 abstentions from Mayor Greenberg and Councilman Hatley. Motion passes. Thank you, guys. Ms. Vicky.
Next is item 11, adjournment.
All right, do I have a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion, we adjourn.
Do I have a second? I second.
I second.
So, any discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
Do you ever put that on your back? Oh, it's a shoulder one. Okay, okay.
Who hadn't voted?
It looks, oh, me.
It was Rick.
Sorry.
Motion
sorry.
passes 6-0. Thank you. We are adjourned.